Dang it. Now I forgot what I was doing again. Bang, 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 bang. Pause. Copy. Alright. Alright, that worked. No. Copy. Copy. Bam, bam. Smaller. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, pin. Goal. Okay. Bang, bang, ping, pang, boom. Down. Down. That worked. Okay, alright. New. Bam. Bam. Cow. 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 Oh, I wonder why that doesn't show. Cow. Happy stink of me? Is that what it says? Happy Stinko de Mayo. Stinko de Mayo. It translated it to Happy Stink of Me. Stinko de Mayo, Mr. Palad. How you doing, brother? All right, where was I now? Let me think here. No, 1 in a billion moments. Ponze de Ponze. The 15 widest cracks in the earth. You mean my ex-girlfriend? Lightning strikes. Albino animals that we've only seen once. Ugh. This AI crap's starting to get out of control. Happy days from Florida. What up, Catsby? Okay, let's see. Broken face. Oh, no. Mind-boggling. Frugivores. Roller boats. Well, you can't bounce a ball under a table. I tell you what. Go ahead and do it. Just go ahead and do it, Ricka. Just go ahead and do it, buddy. Send me a check. I'll help you out. Don't be so rude. Oh, no. Holy crap. All right. What up, Monk? This is
Buying
horrible.
2 airplane seats don't fix my problem. Airplanes are too small for me. It's 2024. Bodies are changing. So planes should too. I want to lose my to fit on a plane. So give me another solution or just make the seats bigger.
Should airlines make their seats bigger for her butt? Or maybe should she buy first class tickets or 2 seats? What do you think?
Jesus. No. Sure. Have you ever heard of the BBL smell? Because, well, a lot of it's from their drains. What up, Magic Cat? Ole. A lot of them can't clean it. Can't clean their. Listen, and when you got the girls with like the 6-inch long nails, and a BBL, yeah, they're not getting in there. They're just saying whatever.
That weird beard-looking muscle is called the mentalis muscle. And this is a muscle that attaches from the bone of your chin to the skin of your chin.
Speaking of
and
which,
when you make basically
yeah,
they
better have a bidet.
like this, you are contracting that muscle. Now, this is called the golf ball chin when that muscle is contracted. And some people, believe it or not, will actually have Botox injected into that muscle. Two little injections.
So I was looking at this thing today. Girls that are getting preventative aging Botox at like 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. And what's happening is the only way a lot of the bone in your face gets exercise, because the bone needs to have resistance against it, and the muscles in your face are connected to your skull with ligaments or tendons. The bones get weak, and then you have dips in your skull because the bone deteriorates, because the muscles aren't pulling on the bone, and when the bone replaces itself, because your bone's constantly eating and replacing itself, so you're going to get dips in their faces and skulls, and then they need forever filler, and they know this. They've known this since the 80s. So they know that before it got popular in like 2007, and then with a lot of people in 2015, it's like when it like exploded, mostly because of the Kardashians. So now they're gonna have dips in their skull, and they're gonna have like, and it's melting their face, and girls are getting it to prevent aging. They're getting it like 18, 19 years old and younger. And then they're going to be forever patients, and the doctors know this, and they know this. They're going to be back every freaking couple of months for the next 30 years. Yeah, the bones get weak, tendons. There you go. Yeah, no, and they know it, and like the one special thing they definitely need is vitamin K too, to make sure that the bone is being replaced properly. And they're not getting it. They don't even know about it. They don't even know what it is. They think that they're preventing aging by not moving their skin, but they're aging their skin faster because it's not getting the exercise that it needs. When you move your skin, it doesn't create wrinkles. It actually creates, what usually creates wrinkles is people lose weight. They lose weight from like drugs or alcohol or like GLP-1 and stuff. The fat that's in the cheek, the youthful round face, fat face, they lose that and stuff. So, but if they lose that muscle and they lose that bone, it and a lot of people are screwed up because the front-facing camera, which happened when Instagram got big, it changes the way your face looks because of lens distortion. And then people want to look in real life the way they look in their front-facing camera. Good, so we know who not to talk to. We can see their faces and bodies. Yeah, and yeah. What did I miss? What happened? Uh-oh, something bad is happening. The whole chat just went away. There we go. Yeah. Good for us. Yeah, it's crazy messed up. What up, Space Cow? What'd you just do?
Right here, a few units on each side is all you need, and it smooths that golf ball chin right out.
Oh, she's farting.
Stinky pregnancy toots are real. And this is due to progesterone. Progesterone is a hormone that increases during pregnancy. And when progesterone increases, the GI tract slows down. And so the food that a pregnant woman eats takes longer to get through that
It absorbs more nutrition out of the food. This is why diarrhea is so bad for you.
The longer the food is inside the colon, the more it ferments, the more that creates gas, and that gas can get stinkier and stinkier. So
stinkier and stinkier. Sounds like Space Cow. All right, what do you got, brother? What you got here? Roses are red. Grass isn't always greener. Something about his wiener. It's gotta be.
Ask me about my wiener.
Roses are red. Grass isn't always greener.
Ask me about my wiener.
Violets are blue.
Roses.
Ask me about my wiener.
husbands and partners, be understanding that the pregnant woman sleeping next to you may be rooting and tooting all night, but it's not necessarily her fault. It's the progesterone and the pregnancy that's doing it.
Burn it.
What?
Did I say stand there and look stupid? No, I said burn it.
There is a belief that if you get a sunburn or even a suntan, that this can improve your acne. And the truth is that getting a sunburn or a tan can actually cause your skin to dry out a bit. And this can temporarily improve the appearance of your acne. However, the problem is that drying your skin like this artificially can lead to a feedback loop where your skin cells notice that there's not much oil, that it's dry, and will create more oil as a reaction to it. So your skin can end up greasier and actually with more acne.
You want to see something interesting? Watch this. There's a strong link between vitamin D deficiency and acne. So the reason that the sunlight helps acne isn't necessarily what he's saying because it dries the skin out. Well, he's not a nutritional doctor. He's a plastic surgeon. The reason it is the vitamin D, the cholesterol in the face gets converted to vitamin D, and that takes care of the acne. A reason a lot of kids have acne is from a vitamin D deficiency. But I drink milk. It's not enough. It's not enough. This is why you see the people like golden tans that typically have less acne. They're getting more sunlight. They're using less sunscreen, and they're getting more sunlight, more vitamin D. It's crazy. Okay, with studies finding lower vitamin D in acne patients than comparatively healthy individuals. Deficiencies can increase skin inflammation, worse than acne, particularly in stubborn breakouts. Correcting deficiency through diet, sun exposure, or supplements may reduce acne. So there you go. So oddly enough, but he's a plastic surgeon. He's not a nutritionist.
Term than if you did not get those suntans. So if you've got issues with acne, then I don't recommend using the sun to try to improve it necessarily.
Do what then?
Instead, consider retinoids, consider eating a healthy, non-inflammatory diet, take a daily probiotic.
Right. So he mentioned inflammation. Vitamin D increases low vitamin D increases skin inflammation.
Talk with your dermatologist about what you can do.
Talk to your nutritionist
to improve it.
You know the eyebrow blindness trend that's going on right now? What do you think we are blind to currently that in 5 to 10 years we're going to look back and be like, what were we doing? Why did no one stop me from doing that?
Oh, no question. It is the artificially plumped up lips. I mean, I'm a plastic surgeon. I see it in my office all the time. Everybody wants their lips plumped up. They want them to look like they've been plumped up. I can't tell you how many patients I turn down every year.
The thing is, it's not the lip plumping. It's that they want it big enough to know that people on the internet know that they paid money for plastic surgery. While you was plumbing, I was painting.
Who want bigger and bigger lips.
Right. It's for attention. It's not for just because they want bigger lips. Not when they go that big, I mean. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Somebody adding something to the conversation?
Hey guys, it's Dave here, and today I'm teaching you how to paint and stencil the floors. What you want to do is start by painting the perimeter of the room. Today we're using a chocolate brown. So I just finished painting the perimeter of the room. And as you can see, I made a big mistake. This room's already stenciled. I guess I'm just gonna paint it brown now.
Dun, 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 dun. What up, Drong? That's me. Subscribe to Plus Ultra. He's the Canadian I fail first. Dun, 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 dun. I can paint better though. I wouldn't have got brown paint on the not chair rail. What's it called? Baseboard. Dun, 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 dun.
Key to a good lip enhancement is to keep
Is
the
to not
natural
get it.
lip proportions the same. The lower lip should be about 50% thicker than the upper lip. And when those proportions are reversed, and sometimes patients ask for this, they want the upper lip bigger than the lower lip, that's when you start looking like a duck. Beautiful woman.
Oh no.
This is a phenol peel,
Yeah, phenol.
but her skin does look a lot better afterwards.
So what you're doing
Wow.
is you're forcing your body, you're forcing your face to rebuild the skin. Very important if you do this is to make sure you've got your vitamin and mineral content high enough so that the skin that's recreated, that's regenerated is healthy, or else it's just going to happen again quicker.
I made a
Forced
video all
exfoliation.
about phenol peels right up here. If you want to take a peek at it after this video is done, you got to take a look because this is the crazy progression that occurs after you get a phenol peel. This is a dangerous peel. You literally have to peel a third of the face at a time. It can work wonders for acne scarring, for, as you can see, solar damage like that. But man, you got to go through a lot to go through this peel. It is not fun. You gotta take a peek at that video after this one is done because it will blow your mind.
I have had 2 million people asking me so many questions about these £5 nose job kits that I got from Amazon, and I'm gonna show you how I put them in. And you begin by pushing the bit without the plastic inside of your nose, then push this bit with the extra plastic. You just kind of push it up because it's already kind of jammed in there. You can already see. And I could push it up.
Jeez, if you're getting crazy face surgery like that, your vitamins are released to your worries. Brother, listen, your vitamins might be why you're getting those surgeries. Because you got low self-esteem, low self-worth. You don't feel good enough all the time. You're looking, yeah, dude. There you go. Get you some.
Up.
Get you
But you
some,
can
honey.
already see my nostrils. Like my nose shape just changed. I look like I had like a 7,000 pound nose job.
So would you jam plastic and rubber splints into your nose to make it look more contoured? I mean, that's what she's doing. I mean, it's less painful, I guess, and definitely less expensive than a nose job.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, something like
from the past 5 years of study, I think most, if not a good chunk of mental health issue is vitamin deficiency and or parasitic infection. And I'm not just talking about intestinal worms. Dude, it's unbelievable. Most dogs and we only give dogs heartworm medication, not the rest of their worms. They just don't want to see worms coming out of their butts. You know, but yeah, but there's a lot of worms, dude. I was about how like flies, and when flies land on stuff after landing on poop, they leave little microscopic parasitic eggs. Bird poop, freaking earthworms, cats, definitely. One side of my nose looked like it's a collapse, and I don't know why. I took a pic. I said it was a deviated system lately from cocaine abuse. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. Could be stuff that they're putting in the food water. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Right. So that's destroying the gut microbiome. Absolutely. And without that microbiome, food is just turning into poop. It's not, the microbiome is what moves a lot of the nutrition across the gut wall. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All of that. Yes, the metals that are in it. Yeah. I thought you said septum. Did I say system? I see you wrote system, but I think I said septum. I've never even seen it, but I smelled it a lot. Oh, there you go. Just saying. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, mine's all broke from freaking skateboard.
This is not a permanent solution to wanting your nose reshaped. And the risks involved, albeit not huge. I guess you could aspirate it. If you leave that in your nose and you fall asleep and it falls out of place, you breathe it into your lungs and you can aspirate it. It could get stuck in your lungs, and that could be a major problem. Otherwise,
brother.
if you do leave it in long term, you could potentially get excoriations. You could get irritation of the inner mucosal lining of your nose because it's not used to having this type of splint on the inside. So I don't know. I think for like a temporary use one time, if you want to go on a date and look a little different, or a class reunion, or take pictures, I guess. But this is not something that I recommend that you do long term.
No, it's going to turn into surgery. You're going to do it. You're going to be like, oh, I'm tired of putting these things and they feel all weird. Credit card. Right, wear it on a date, right. Ooh, could you imagine, like, after date night, waking up next to the girl and one of them pops out and her nose is all like this? Hey, hi. I was tempted to try one of the prices. Let's look up. Nose splints cosmetic. Thermoplastic nasal splints. Those are outside. It's say internal. Inside. I don't even see them anywhere. That's odd. Yeah, these are all external ones. Inside plastic. I'm just gonna see if I can do that. No. There you go. $11 for a whole shitload of them. Spinnico nose uplifting shaping clip. $11 for a whole bunch of different sizes. Yeah, imagine on the date, a little bit of pepper. Think it's the boogie. Second date, nose looks totally different, right? Way less than $50. Way less than $50. $11 it says right here. $11. You don't know what you don't knows. Painful pleasure. Oh, jeez. Nose plugs. Camera ready bulbous nose. Yeah, there they are right here. $13 for a bunch of them. The nose always knows. I'll look for the Dollar Tree. What's in the box? What's in the box? Fruit Loop nose. Wuchi Classic Latex Nose is $9. $9 for that right there. Right there. Follow your nose. Oops.
That happens to me all the time. Does that happen to you all the time?
Low magnesium.
It's so annoying, isn't it? This is myopia, or the eyelid twitching that can get so annoying, and it seems to come out of nowhere. There are definitely some causes with it. The main cause of it is lack of sleep and being really tired.
Yeah,
and so getting better amounts of sleep, reduce the amount of caffeine that you intake, that you eat or drink, that can also help decrease the risk of this. And if all else fails, injections of Botox can definitely stop it.
E terminamos a cirurgia dessa menina que acordou junto com a gente. Ó, a gente não faz com anestesia geral, fazemos com sedação. Então a paciente já termina a cirurgia, já acorda. Aqui dá para ver a rede. E olhem como tá bonito o contorno.
Look at him cringing.
Ficou lindo o contorno.
This is a hemostatic net, and this is suturing that basically is taken from the skin surface down to the underlying fascia or muscle area. And the idea is that this patient underwent a facelift where the skin was lifted off the face and pulled up and the skin removed and stitched into place. And by putting this hemostatic net of sutures into the face, it can lower the risk of postoperative bleeding. Now, these sutures are removed 2 to 3 days later to prevent scarring from that net of sutures. But I tell you, I performed a facelift this morning, and my hematoma rate, my rate of bleeding postoperatively, is probably less than 1 or 2%.
Yeah, dude.
And
yeah,
one reason why is
One
because
day,
of the techniques that I use to make sure that there's not
I'm
bleeding at the
familiar
end of
with
the
it. We can look it
operation,
up, though. Yeah,
and because I use
or they stitch and they pull it,
tranexamic
like,
acid.
behind your- yeah.
And this is a substance,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
very
I always
inexpensive
thought
that I
people
mix
with
with my
big
local
noses were
anesthetic
liars.
that can lower the risk of postoperative bleeding. So if you're going to have a facelift,
Trauma.
don't worry, you don't necessarily have to have
No,
a
I don't either.
hemostatic
Absolutely
net
not.
to prevent you from bleeding after.
Yeah, listen, I don't want a perfect woman. I don't want a woman that's chasing perfection, because then they're always going to be chasing perfection. I want somebody that's more involved in what they're doing than what they look like. Like a pretty person's great, but I don't want somebody that wants to look like an Instagram model into their 60s. Because they'll just spend all the money that they boss babed and they'll still be broke. And then they'll be chasing it forever. And then it's going to be mental health issues. Same here. My mother had wanted to get a nose job when I was a child. I had nightmares about being a witch. A psychiatrist's dream.
Does this happen to you? Well, this is called a hypnic jerk. And this is a motion that your body makes, a twitching that it makes sometimes when you're falling asleep. And the belief is that this happens because your body thinks that you're actually falling physically, and so you jerk. Now, this happens to me, honestly, all the time, and there are certain things that you can do to help prevent it.
Yeah, right.
One of the things is to avoid
you can guarantee it. You can guarantee there'll be it. If they're chasing perfection, I'm here. Catch me. You love that, and the twitches.
Exercising within a couple hours of going to sleep. That may help lower the risk that you're going to get a hypnic jerk.
Hey everyone, it's Injector Chris here at Lustful
Hole
Aesthetics.
talks.
Here's my lovely patient, and today we're going to be doing hole talks. So you're probably wondering what hole talks is. Well, it's Botox for your hole.
No, I'm not wondering what Holtox is. Next.
You gotta be kidding me. Look. No way. Listen. People have too much money. This is so dumb. So dumb. Listen, they're willing to do all the work to get the money to do this, but not just do the work to get rid of that stuff. It's crazy. Why is my uncle's mustache on top of his nose? More childhood trauma.
Fat dissolving injections do actually work. The one that's FDA approved here in the United States is called Kybella. And this is made of deoxycholic acid. It's a naturally occurring substance in our GI tract that basically dissolves away fat. So it is FDA approved for injection into the double chin area to melt that fat. And it usually takes about 3 to 4 treatments for optimal results. Now, this is just honestly kind of crazy because the fat that you dissolve with these injections is a tiny amount each time.
Yeah, right.
And to have an area of the body that's that big, somebody's tummy, whether it's a larger person or a smaller person, usually is way too big to consider fat melting injections.
But they'll pay for it.
It makes a lot more
They'll pay
sense
for it.
to either do actual liposuction or cool sculpting or sculpture where you could treat
Or
much
work
bigger
out.
areas
Exercise,
in a much
change your
less
freaking diet.
expensive way overall. This treatment, in my opinion, is honestly a waste of the patient's time and of her money, and she's probably going to be very, very let down after she sees the results. When a patient poops in the operating room, that's called a code brown. And this does happen rarely, not often, but rarely it can happen in the OR. And I really hand it to the whole surgical team. Usually it's the nurses and the techs that help to clean the patient up. I would love to tell you that the surgeon and the anesthesiologist helps with this type of thing.
They don't.
But honestly, usually they don't. They feel they're too uppity to do that. But I think it is important for us surgeons, us doctors, to realize that yes, we're part of the whole healthcare team.
Yeah, right.
And
No,
when
you're
this
not
type of thing
cleaning up nobody's
happens,
poop,
we've
dude.
got to help out too.
Yeah,
so I
you're gonna
always end
hand
off
them
my
the
TikTok
freaking wet
reaction
wipes.
videos
That's
with
what you're
a
gonna do.
TikTok of my own. Let's
You're going to
take a
hand
peek
them
at
the
it.
wet wipes.
Well. Look who's come crawling back. Had enough of her spiking your glucose, have you? I should have known what you were up to from the start.
So I showed you a phenol peel in the last video, and you haven't seen nothing yet. You got to take a peek at this video right up here, where I show a compilation of different patients get.
Yacht. Let me see. Hold on, let me see something real quick.
You take a self-care team, and when this.
CDC recommends walking between 5 and 10,000 steps a day. Nobody wants to do that though. Right. Listen, the biggest thing you can do to lose weight is get healthy chemically. Is to make sure that you get when you get hungry, your body's not looking for fat. It's not looking for protein. Very rarely, it's looking for vitamins and minerals. It's saying, I'm missing this. You just gave me a bunch of food that didn't contain anything, worth anything. So then it says, let's do that again. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. Listen, weight loss is a multi-billion-dollar year. And then with liposuction and BBLs and everything, they're making hundreds of millions of dollars more every year. So they absolutely want to do that. Think about, yeah, it's crazy. They want people to be fat. And this is why everything is so undernourished. It's super simple. Oh, jeez Louise. All right, what did he say? I wanted to see that other one. All right. We're going to do the phenol peel and vitamins and minerals. That explains why you have to. Right. Think about eating a big ass bag of chips. How much food that is when you crush it all down. It's about the size of your stomach. It's bigger than like an average meal. And you get hungry after that too because it doesn't have anything in it. It's empty calories. Calories is not what makes you full. Calories isn't what satisfies your body. So it's so much easier. Listen, I used to eat 5 times a day easy. I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to eat, 4:30 in the morning to eat, and I would make like I would make French toast with syrup and syrup, cinnamon, and powdered sugar. And then I would wake up at like 8:30 and eat breakfast, and then eat lunch at around noon, then dinner, and then another snack, and just boom, 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 boom. After I started getting myself together, I eat once a day, and I'm fine. And I've got to remind myself to eat something so I can get protein and whatnot. I just seen a fly in my house for the first time. Damn you, summer. Yep, it's coming, brother. First time this year. Yep, that's happened to me too.
What
post-bar,
that?
bringing burning candles at both ends. Yep, that happened to me a lot too.
So in this video, we're going to do a deep dive into phenol peels. You may have seen these videos that have popped up all over social media that are quite startling because it literally looks like the person's face is a mask and that mask has been peeled off, which it actually does. Let's start by actually watching the process of getting a phenol peel done. So the phenol peel started back in the 1920s. And as you can see, her face has been separated into
so they've been doing this shit since the 20s.
The phenol is an actual acid that you apply with like a cotton-tipped applicator there onto the skin. And you can only do a portion at a time, like just the forehead, just each cheek, and you have to give it a good 15
because you're going to burn out your immune
between
system.
sections, because you need to allow the liver to detoxify it and for the kidneys to get rid of it. And when you apply it, you can see it turns white.
So the liver has to detoxify it and the kidneys have to get rid of it. and it's just being applied to the skin. That's it. So how's it getting into the liver and the kidneys? Right? So what you put on your skin absolutely goes into your body. Liver and kidneys.
White is basically proteins precipitating in the skin. That white color will show you just how deep that phenol peel goes.
Listen, so every morning I have, so cocoa is one of the best things you can put in your body. Cocoa and stem cells. Cocoa. High flavanol cocoa, particularly dark chocolate, which is 80% or more, can double the number of circulating stem cells in the bloodstream within 30 days, promoting repair of blood vessels and cardiovascular tissues. They stimulate the release of stem cells from the bone marrow, enhancing heart health and increasing circulation of regenerative cells. So every morning I have coffee with cocoa, collagen, creatine, and sugar. Every day, every morning, and that's and then vitamins and minerals, good amounts. I remember a girl out alcohol over her skin and died because of the reaction. Yeah, I mean it's gonna absorb through your skin. Yeah, dark chocolate. Why? Why do we love dark chocolate? Why did they used to drink chocolate milk with no sugar? Why did they kill for chocolate? Why did they raid and plunder for chocolate? Why? It didn't taste good back then. It didn't taste good before adding sugar to it, putting alcohol over our skin. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, just pure cocoa. Just pure cocoa. So if you drink coffee, add a scoop of cocoa to it. I've got videos to show what I do. Let me see if I can find one real quick. Yeah, dude, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Your skin's the largest organ on your body. Here it is.
Morning class. So this is how I make my morning supplement.
Mother made dark chocolate. Ooh, yeah.
It's the big three. Creatine, cocoa, collagen, and then sugar. So I do a half teaspoon. Actually, half a tablespoon.
I just woke up.
Creatine. I do.
Tablespoon.
A teaspoon.
Tablespoon.
Cocoa. Tablespoon, a tablespoon, and a certified scoop.
A tablespoon, and the scoop that the collagen comes with. I was tired.
Add coffee. Two cups is what I do. What comes up to 2 cups.
12 ounces.
Machine. Stir and blend. Enough sugar till you like the taste.
Yeah, so that's my morning coffee, and then so while I take a B12 under my tongue and I let that dissolve while I'm making my coffee. I put it under my tongue. I walk over to the coffee machine. I put the coffee in it, put the water in it. It's starting, and a couple seconds later, it's dissolved. So I start with B12 and then the coffee to get things moving. And that's all I do until I eat at like 2:30, 3 o'clock, 4, 5 o'clock sometimes. And I there's other vitamins I take also. Usually, if any of the ones that aren't sublingual or liquid, I take like a lot of my B vitamins I take with food. So when I eat, after I have some food in my stomach, I'll eat them. No, not at all. Nope, not at all. No, it's not kick ass for you. It's not good for you. Listen, nobody used to either. They started telling people the whole breakfast is the important meal of the day was propaganda and marketing footage, marketing in order to start getting the farmers and the agricultural industry to sell a third more food to the people. Yeah, nobody used to eat breakfast really. I guess 1 or 2 spoons of sugar wouldn't matter. The whole idea that B2 is chewable. Yeah. No. My B12 is sublingual. It dissolves. It doesn't have any flavor in it. It's only got 3 things in it. It's got the B12, and then to make the tablet, it's powdered milk, and then acacia gum, which is just a sap that holds the pill together. Yeah, and it's got a pleasant flavor. It's not unpleasant. It's not strong at all. Yeah. But so what makes a tablet bitter is usually the stuff that's in the tablet, like the bulk, because a lot of tablets are big to make you feel like you're getting good value. But when it's only a few millionths of a gram or a few thousandths of a gram, they want to make the pill bigger. So because you paid a lot for the pills. Right, so they bulk them up, but I don't like that. Like my vitamin A is 1 drop. You almost can't see it on the spoon. I put a drop, so my vitamin A is only 1 drop, and my vitamin K2 is 10. And then I just put that in my mouth. I dump it under my tongue, and then I lick the spoon. It doesn't taste like anything. It's got like a clarified coconut oil base, so it doesn't even really taste like Coke. Doesn't really taste like anything, and it shouldn't. They should be colorless, flavorless, and odorless. Important meal. Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie. Yeah, fasting is good for you. Right. You don't want to run out of energy. Like you need chemical energy, but energy isn't calories correctly. So just putting calories in your body won't like you can eat a lot of protein and die from starvation. It's called rabbit starvation or protein starvation. Like people that are in survival situations and they only eat rabbits, they don't have enough carbohydrates or sugars in their body. Your brain runs off of sugars. I was watching Dr. Berg and he was saying 350, 400 milligrams of magnesium should not be the recommended daily dose. They don't take weight and health into fact. Most people are unhealthy. Right. The problem with a lot of those averages is most people are unhealthy. Most people, 97% of people are unhealthy and deficient in something. So like when you go to the doctor and say you have an average testosterone level, that's average. Look at how many freaking wackadoos we have. That's not good. You don't want average. Average isn't thriving. You know? No. Company's not mine. No, definitely not. No. I work with them, but I started using them first. It wasn't until I started the YouTube channel and I got monetized. It's only been a couple of months, like 3 months, 2 months. Yeah, 3 months ago I started working with them. But I just get a 10%. I get a 10% affiliate. You're definitely, yeah, everybody is. And gain is. Seriously, why did the brand name vitamin company name the cyanide molecule in the B12? Because it's cheap. It's cheap and easy to make. It's very inexpensive to make. And that's why. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, cyanocobalamin is, so if you take cobalamin, your liver turns it into methylates it. That's what liver does. Methylates it to methylcobalamin, and then it can hydrate it to hydrocobalamin, and it can add adrenaline to it to adrenocobalamin. But there's no cyanocobalamin. This is the problem. So if you're drinking energy drinks and stuff like that, and you get a B12 deficiency test, they'll say you got plenty of B12 in your blood, but it's the cyanocobalamin. And it's not going to, you're still vitamin deficient, you're B12 deficient, even though you've got it in your blood. So it's a scam. And they know that. Look, if I know that, they know that. I eat maybe 2 heavy meals a day. My diet is largely boiled food, so I'm good. Even beef boiled. Not much of refined food. Yeah, good. I just ate a smash burger and tater tot. Delicious. So it's still in my body. I stopped using it a month ago. No. It'll be out of your body in like, let's see what I think it's 7 hours. Half-life of cyanocobalamin. Half-life. Health. Okay, never mind. 6 days. Wow. Biological half-life of B12 is 6 days. Cyanocobalamin is, while it clears the blood in 6 days. Yeah, not 6 hours. Yeah. 6 days. Okay, hold on. Let's look up the liver can store cyano for a much longer period, up to 400 days. So yeah, it's still in there. Wow. Okay, yeah, I did not know that. I didn't know that. I thought it was the same as methylcobalamin. Okay, so it has a plasma half-life of 6 days. So 3 hours. There you go. That's what I was looking for before. The half-life can vary slightly. Serum retention about 3 hours in certain preparations. Right. Okay. All right. I couldn't imagine eating 3 meals a day. Yeah, dude. Right. Yeah. Is it true that the body takes 24 to 48 hours? Yeah. So listen, parts of your meal. So like some people have higher metabolisms and your body can do it much quicker. Like I poop like 3 times a day. Like if I eat, but I mean, is it the food that I ate that's coming out? You know, I mean, or is it the intestines are really long? Normally it metabolizes it faster than that. Yeah. And that's a problem because when your liver takes cyanocobalamin, it separates the cyanide from the cobalamin. So then you have a free cyanide per each molecule, right? And then it can methylate it, and then it can recyanate it, deactivating it, so to speak. I have high metabolism, barely able to gain weight too. Yeah. So that means you're also burning up your energy stores. Your vitamins and minerals are being used faster. So you need to make sure you have it in you. I am too, dude. I was 6'4", 138 pounds till I was in my mid 30s. That makes sense. I was wondering how the math works out since we eat more often. Yep. What up, William, brother? Yeah, but so my website, 110thgrade.com, you can see what I take. That everything on that website is what I take. Yeah, 6'4". Yeah. This guy's IQ is like double my weight. I'm 330 pounds. What up, Dutch?
Now, the peel is usually performed under a sedation or even a general anesthetic because the peel goes so deep, it actually goes deeper than any other chemical peel that we do, and it can be very, very painful. So how does it look like just a few days after the peel is done? Let's see how somebody looks like 5 or 6 days afterwards.
What up, HJ?
Okay, folks.
Holy
I just got
crap.
back from the doctor, and he says everything's fine, and I believe him. He knows what he's doing.
So this peel really looks scary, and I'll tell you, as a plastic surgeon, it's scary to me too. I do not perform phenol peels. I don't know hardly any plastic surgeons and even dermatologists that do, because it can be very dangerous. I mentioned how you have to literally treat just a portion of the face at a time, because if you treat too much of the face, you can get a cardiac arrhythmia.
Your heart.
Essentially, the phenol is so toxic to your
160.
body that your heart can get into an irregular rhythm. And
What
it
up,
can
Sim?
even be potentially
I think more
fatal.
people eat more food.
Now, there
because
was
they
a study
refine
that showed that
sugars,
upwards of
insulin, body makes you hungry.
6.6.
So that's a reason given, but I honestly think that it's for like if that's the reason given in America a lot, absolutely, the UK and Canada. But if you look at other countries, it's nutrition content. You get hungry because you don't have what you need in your body. So it's saying, hey, I need this much A, this much B, 1, B3, B6, B7, B9, B12. I need this much C, this much D3. And when you eat your food and that stuff's not in there, it's saying, okay, or it puts it into a starvation mode. So it's because it's still hungry. Because it's still asking for the nutrition that it needs. So then it packs it on as fat. And then, because like in starvation modes, your body holds on to the fats and whatnot for longer because it can convert fat and fat in your liver and in your blood into glycogen. So so that's why you get fat easier, because it's not proper nutrition, because you're in a starvation mode. And then you're always hungry, but you're not getting the nutrition you need. And then every once in a while, you get enough nutrition to keep you alive, but not to make sure. Yeah, because your body's not just looking for protein and fat and cholesterol and stuff like that. It's looking for the vitamins and minerals that it needs to make the neurotransmitters and move calcium around the body and bones. I started eating these chia quinoa tortilla chips and it helped my digestive problems. I want to get real cane sugar. Yeah, that's not hard to get. I'm not a fan of eating fat in a meal, but people with are fat deprived, their metabolism. Yes, fat's very good for you. Real fat is very good for you. I cook in tallow, which is beef fat. I put a bunch of it in, a bunch of it also. Yes, It's cholesterol in the blood and stuff in the blood is not bad because it needs to be converted into things. But when you don't have enough K2 then or D3, that stuff gets out of control because the cholesterol, UV light converts cholesterol into D3. And then when calcium gets in the bloodstream, that's what causes the plaques. You need K2 to get it out of the bloodstream and put it into the teeth and the bone. Right, fat's very good for you. Fat is what runs your body. Fat and cholesterol is good. Now, bullshit, artificially made fats and those wackadoo oils are not good for you. Because when I have 8 eggs at, say, 1 p.m. first meal, yeah, you're good. You're good. You get good amount of B12 and a bunch of good cholesterol. For me, the best is cooking with lard and ghee. Yeah, I use ghee also. I don't use lard. I will. I just don't. I get a big 7-pound bucket of tallow. So I mean, I keep getting that. So I use that, and then I have ghee. I buy ghee. Yeah, tallow's good, dude. Listen, if you haven't had scrambled eggs in tallow, dude, it's freaking good. When I told my doctor I'm getting fat because I'm hungry due to lack of nutrients, but she told me it's because you're overeating. Yeah, she's true. She's right. But why are you overeating? That's what she should have asked. Why am I overeating? Why am I always hungry? Oh, because you don't have enough nutrients in your body. HDL high. Listen, you need high and low density lipids in your body. The problem is you need the vitamins and minerals to metabolize those. What happens, the reason they get out of control is because you don't have the proper vitamins in you to convert it to what it needs to be converted to. So it's just going around your system waiting to be converted. And then it builds up. Yeah, but you should be, if you're healthy enough, that's not a problem. If you have proper nutritional vitamin and mineral profile, then it just gets converted and goes about its business. It is, but it's probably expensive in my country. Yeah, that's expensive stuff. Jesus Christ is King. One day closer to the rapture. Don't survive on food alone. Make sure you also get absorbing the Word of God. What up, Brad, brother? People overeat because lack of self-control and too much access to food. Mystery Babylon's on the obese capital of the world. So here's a big thing. Vitamin deficiencies and overeating. Despite excessive dietary consumption, obese individuals have high rates of micronutrient deficiencies in specific vitamins and minerals play important roles in glucose metabolism and insulin signaling, contribute to the development of diabetes in the obese population. So they don't have enough vitamins and minerals in the food to make the insulin do what it needs to do and tell the insulin to do what it needs to do to metabolize it properly. So the sugar builds. But if you've got what you need, it's just like finishing the chemistry experiment. It's like, okay, I want to make a volcano, so I'm going to put baking soda and vinegar. But you're only adding the baking soda. So you're like, oh, it's not working, so I'm going to add more baking soda. Oh, it's not working, let me add more baking soda. You're not adding the vinegar. You can't finish the chemical. You can't finish the reaction. Doctors don't care. To help you get healthy, they're institutionalized, keep you reliant. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's how they make money. They're not gods. They're a company, and they using marketing. They've turned you in from being a customer to a patient. You're a customer. And they look, they've got debt. They want to go party. They want nice cars and nice things, and you're how they get paid. They want to pay off their student debt and do all that stuff. And they're going to get as much money from you as they can. If we was in an apocalypse, do you think you could kill skin and cook it? Yeah, right. So GLP-1 was discovered in 1987. So they knew that this product was going to come out on the market. They knew when they were going to release it. They knew when they were going to put the billions of dollars behind it for marketing and everything. So they wanted to make sure that they would get as many customers as possible. Where do you think the fat acceptance and the body positivity influencers got paid from? Who do you think paid them? Yep, stomach stapling too. Yep, off the top of your head, what fruit and vegetables are good? Lemons, limes, figs, Bananas, definitely. Apples. But the problem is if you buy them, you don't get the nutrition you think you're getting. Especially in large countries, they're picked before they're ripe. So fruits and vegetables go through a process of bulking before they get their nutrition profile. So they grow to the size they want, and then they ripen where that happens. So what they do here is they pick them before they're ripe so they don't rot when they're traveling a couple thousand miles to the other side of the United States. Then when they get here, they gas them a lot of times with something called ethylene gas, which kind of ripens them. It changes the skin color and stuff, but they don't get the same nutritional profile because they're not still connected to the vine. And the problem is that they're sprayed with a lot of stuff. Most of the nutrients are in the peel. There's almost 3 times as much magnesium or potassium in a banana peel than the banana fruit, the fruit itself. So, but you can't eat the peel because it's been sprayed with so much stuff. It'll do more bad than good. Apple and canned peas. What up, Sandra? Selling bad food is as bad as selling crack. I agree. In a can. It's good question. That I don't really have an answer to. I mean, I guess it depends where they got it from. You know, it's hard. I'm in a can would probably, I would imagine it would be better because they're going to pick it ripe. But they can, they're going to pick it ripe and then can it right away. But yeah, that's what I would expect it to be. If you're getting them fresh, that's what would be more of a problem. I can't stand people who are about body positivity and telling obese people that they're perfect, you don't need to change, or basically contribute to their deaths. Yes, right. And influencers are there to influence people's purchases to help the companies that they work for. That's what influencers do. What do you think they're influencing? So they're influencing you to get fat so then they can sell you GLP-1. I don't eat things that make me feel terrible. I pay attention to how I feel. Yeah, there you go. That's a very good idea. You're so damn right. They picked them prematurely, then use ethylene to make banana look yellow. That's right. Sandra, I like the taste of canned beans. Yes, I do too. So I like canned peas a lot. Like I think they're good, and you can like they taste almost like candy. Like I had a girlfriend who had a son. And the only way I could get him to eat vegetables or anything besides freaking McNuggets was to like I would put peas on a plate, canned peas on a plate, and then when my girlfriend or her father walked in, I would slide them under the couch and be like shh, like we weren't allowed to have them, like they were candy, and then he would eat them. Yeah, that's good too. Yeah, I mean, I don't grow peas, but I grow green beans a lot. I like canned peas. Cranberry sauce, I couldn't really tell you. I eat it, but I only eat it once a year, and that's Thanksgiving. But yeah, I don't eat it. I mean, something that I eat once a year, I don't really spend a lot of time looking at. Tasty peas, mishy peas, the British love it. Mushy, there you go. Yeah, I've had split pea soup and stuff like that, but I don't think I've ever had mashed peas. Now I'm thinking about tater tot hot dish. Yeah, you should definitely start one. Even if it's only like freaking 2 feet by 2 feet in your backyard or whatever. And then, start with something small, grow a couple of just like 1 or 2 plants, and then just see how easy it is. Because the whole feminism thing, don't cook for your man, cooking for is slavery and stuff like that. That makes people think growing food is like slavery, and it's not. It's very easy. It'll take you in 5 minutes to plant the seeds, and then you let it grow. If it doesn't rain for a few days, you spray it for 10 seconds, and then, and then when they're ready, you pick it and eat it. Like, it's not slavery. Black-eyed peas. Mashed potatoes. Yep, I like mashed potatoes. What's the song? I like toast and jam. Potatoes and chicken and biscuits. Yeah, it's good stuff. I want to buy a couple chickens and breed them for chicken and eggs. Yeah, they're not expensive. They're about $5 to get a hatchling. You're going to feed them about $40 worth of food over the next 5 months. And then, like total $40, buy a big ass bag for $40, and that, that chick feed stuff, and then next thing you know, they're busting out eggs. And if you get a couple of them, it's, 40. I mean, I got eight chickens, and I spent probably about $80 in 5 months, and I didn't even use all of it. And then they start eating worms and leaves and shit with gravy. They're good. Girls are good. I don't eat eggs. They simply like empty calories. I get shortly after. Really? Wow. Don't get store eggs. Don't get store eggs. Go to your farmer's market and get you some eggs, or come to my house. I'll give you some I'll get you some eggs. You'll eat a 3-egg scrambled egg, and you'll be like, good. Good, especially, and I use a lot of fat. I use a lot of tallow, and I'm like I almost fry the eggs, yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. But they're macronutrients from fat people. Like what we're told to follow is like make sure you got enough protein and fat and calories, and that has nothing to do with it. Very little. What up, student brother? Tallow is cow fat. Yes, yeah. Cow fat, the fat from a cow. Like what's on your steak. They basically render that down into a liquid and then let it solidify and then sell it. Olive oil, if you can get real olive oil, a lot of the Italian mafia, they actually take olive oil boats after the olive oil's made, and then out in the middle of the ocean, they have other boats meet up with them and they cut it. They cut it, so they take the olive oil and they cut it down. They'll take like 10% olive oil and mix canola and stuff with it. Actually happens. Not a whole lot, man. I'm doing good. All right, what you gonna do it? Olive oil I use. Avocado oil. I think I use tallow instead of all the vegetable oil. Now they better start using it because all that vegetable oil is killing a lot of people. Listen, there was an experiment done, a study done last year showing that alcoholics with fatty liver, they had 3 groups of people, or 2 groups. It was alcoholics. They all had fatty liver. One set stopped drinking, and there was 3 sets. One set stopped drinking and stopped using. Stop drinking, okay? And they kept their fatty liver. One set kept drinking and kept using everything, and they stayed the same. The other set kept drinking and stopped using seed oils, and their fatty liver went away. Their cirrhotic liver healed itself even with the drinking. So it wasn't the drinking, it was the drinking with seed oils. No, we got to set it up, brother. We're not, no. We got to set it up. Set it up. You got to contact me and give me a topic. Get on Discord. Definitely get on Discord. I'm in the middle of something right now. I'm not going to just jump on for nothing. Do you use hydrogen, oxygen, and baking soda? No, I don't use anything. I don't need to use anything anymore. Now that I'm taking K2, I don't get plaque or anything. So I just use a toothbrush and water. Yeah, hit me up, a student. Hit me up on Discord and let's get a topic together, and then we'll set a time to do it, and a couple of videos that we'll watch or whatever. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. What milligram of K2 I take? I take 100 micrograms. 100 micrograms of K2. 100 micrograms of K2 to 250 micrograms of D3. You have to calm down, brother. Go sober up. You can come back later. I use a stick and chill it till it gets bristles to brush. Yeah, a lot of people used to do that. Yeah.
So what's the process of actually having that skin peel off your face?
Oof.
Now, as you can see, that skin is peeling off, and he's doing it himself, which is not recommended. You really want to have your doctor do this. And if you peel it off too early, you can result in scarring of that skin underneath. Now, he's probably a good 2 weeks out of that peel. It does take anywhere from 7 to 14 days, really, for that skin to peel off. And just how horrific does that look?
That's
These
disgusting.
phenol skin peels actually remind me of the skin
I can tolerate
masks
drunk people when
used
I'm
by the
sober. I
Whisperers
can't tolerate
in the
drunk
Walking
people.
Dead
Right.
TV series. It totally looks just like that. So how does it look like when the doctor actually removes that skin? So you can see how carefully he's peeling that mask off.
Ugh. And that's just the freaking dead skin. Oh, man.
So that mask essentially is the upper layers of that woman's skin. That combined with scabbing is what is actually removed, and the skin underneath it is basically newer skin. As you can see, her skin looks very, very red. That redness can last for many, many months. So now let's return to the patient that we saw at the beginning of this video. Let's see how she did before and after her phenol peel.
Oh, jeez.
Beautiful woman. You can see she does have some fine and deep lines. And he's carefully removing her mask now.
What up, William?
And her face does look a lot smoother, but look how red she is. This is not for the faint of heart. Most people don't do phenol peels. There are a lot of risks that you undergo if you have a deep phenol peel, other than just cardiac arrhythmias. It can only be done in people who have lighter skin. If you have skin, let's say my color or darker, then you are at risk of losing pigment in your skin. Even in people who have lighter skin, they can actually look like they have a ghostly hue to their skin, because if the phenol peel goes too deep, it can actually destroy the melanin of your skin and can honestly make you look kind of like a ghost. The other complication that can be very severe and permanent is scarring. If this peel goes too deep, essentially it becomes a deep burn.
Well, he doesn't do it. He said, and look, dude, that's some crazy shit. No. That's listen, the problem with sunscreens is you don't get any UV on your skin. And acne and a lot of those issues we were looking up before you came in here, as he said, like there was these girls saying, oh, acne, take care of my, or a son, take care, they're out laying on the beach and saying, son, take care of my acne. And he was saying, don't do this because the sun can dry out your dry out your skin and make the acne worse. He said, use this freaking pharmaceutical instead. But the problem is the reason that it works is the sunlight creates more vitamin D in your skin. And most people with acne have low vitamin D compared to people without acne. So the sun is creating vitamin D in the skin. The cholesterol in the skin that should be being converted into D3 stays fatty cholesterol. And that's the oil and stuff on your skin, the sebum. So if you would convert that into D3, and then keep it up, then yes, it would take it away. But the problem is they only get sunlight for that day, and then the rest of the time they're inside in an office, and their vitamin D levels drop again, and then the oil comes back to the skin. You have fair skin, so hell no. Yeah. So the big thing is, and we were looking at that. Look right here. Research indicates a strong link between vitamin D deficiency and acne, with studies finding significantly low D levels in acne patients compared to healthy individuals. Deficiencies can increase skin inflammation and worse acne severity, particularly for stubborn breakouts. Correcting the deficiency through diet, sun exposure, or supplements may reduce inflammation and improve skin health. So people, they know that sunbathing can get rid of acne. Okay, great. What does sunbathing do? Chemically, what does it do? Oh, it gives you a tan. No, chemically, what does it do? It converts cholesterol to vitamin D. So so acne is a vitamin deficiency. Keep kids vitamin D deficient, they get acne real bad. Keep them B12 deficient, they get ADHD real bad, right? And then or symptoms like that, right? So it's brilliant that medicine don't talk about vitamins and minerals, and they only talk about what are these pharmaceuticals and these treatments that you can buy. Rotion, photosynthesis cures acne. That's right. Well, that's what it is. It's low vitamin D. Most people with acne are vitamin D deficient. So, but if you give them vitamin D, if you say go take vitamin D, they won't come back to your office. You want to be able to sell them Retin-A and come back and other creams and this and that. Me? Who's that rich guy with the glasses? That's me.
And burns create scarring. So what can you do to get results kind of similar to a phenol peel, but not undergo the actual phenol peel?
Guy.
I'll answer it for you after this next.
The guy on Shark Tank? No, Shark Tank guy. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he looks like the woman. Richard is a dude look like a lady. Damn it. Let's see. No, not him. Not him. You talking about the guy with glasses? No. A billionaire with glasses. Oh, dinner with glasses. Billionaire. Bill Gates? Oh, Kurosaki? It doesn't show his name. There's a lot of them, dude. I was thinking of getting frames like yours. So the ones that I typically have, like that look like this, they're Foster Grant, the company that I get it from. Yeah, Gates. There you go, Bill Gates, right here. Him, right there. Yeah, dude. He said he doesn't give his kids vaccines or something yet. Yeah, he wants to get rich off of them. So listen, if the follow the money thing works great. Listen, he retired from Microsoft with $3 billion. I think it was less than that. And now he's got $100 billion. So he retired with like $3 billion to give all of his money away to help people with vaccines and stuff. And now he's got $100 billion. How do you give away all of your money and make more money? Like how does the surgeon that does the operation? I don't use it. All I use is a hand spray. It's keratin in it. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, if you want that golden glow. Finally got over my midlife crisis. It lasted about 2 years and didn't even realize what was going on through it. You didn't even realize you were going through it. I got you. No, Modern Mark Zuckerberg. That? I got no idea. Is that what you're talking about? Or this here? I have no idea, dude. I don't keep up with these guys. I got no idea. But that looks crazy. Oh, he's trying to look young. Yeah. What up, lovely lamb lunch? Yeah. Yeah, they run the marketing. Social media empires run the marketing. That's a robot lizard man in a flesh suit. I agree. Yeah, but he looks like he's a child right there. That's a whole thing about him being a lizard. There is a lot. I mean, especially when you look at like this stuff there. And then the teeth, like right here, they look fake. They look like veneers. They're too white and everything. I was thinking frames like yours are better than frameless ones I have. The sole reason maybe I have wider vision. Yeah, I like these a lot. Even if he slipped up one time and said, I used to be human. I remember that. But it's amazing when you start understanding your body better and when you start looking up issues that you and other people have and you say, and the vitamin deficiency, and then see, oh, this is often people with this have low levels of this. Well, okay, well, I'm not really doing good with my body, so maybe I'll try higher levels of that. The lizardarian. What do you think, Dave Ike? Have you seen any of his stuff? For some reason, the name's not ringing a bell. I think I saw a conversation with him on what the hell was his name? Can't remember who was interviewing him. I don't really know a lot about him. I remember hearing him talk to a reporter, and I don't think it was a reporter. I think it was a politician about how they'll run from higher taxes. Do you think there could be lizard or fish people that hide as humans once H.P. Lovecraft? Brother, I don't think so. I think it's just like if you read the world's holy books, evil is represented as like that demonic demon like thing that somebody that doesn't understand those books will say looks like a lizard or a dragon, and I think it's evil. I think it's people that are evil tend to have those soulless freaking looks, just like they're wearing a mask of human flesh.
Clip.
They live.
So you can see she's got a lot of sun damage. Here she is
She's
after that
so
peel.
swollen.
She's got the mask on, and her skin does look beautiful afterwards. I mean, a lot smoother.
Jeez, dude. Yeah, it looks insane.
Phenol peels are usually done in people who have a lot of sun-damaged skin with fine lines and deep wrinkles, and or people who have a history of a lot of acne scarring. It is really difficult to treat acne scarring, and either phenol peels or ablative skin resurfacing like CO2 lasers are some of the most effective ways to smooth the skin out. But as you can see, the risks and the downtime and the actual process is quite scary.
Right,
so
how can you afford to take a month off of work just for your a peel? Is acne scarring from just from picking acne, and if it gets infected and stuff like that. That's why you want to make sure if you've got kids or your friends or family, make sure they have the proper vitamin D levels. They're celebrating Cinco de Mayo. How long does it take to heal from the treatment? Phenol peel healing time. Not anal. Let's get that out before it pops something up. Intimate bleaching, 7 to 14 days, phenol. Anal. Oh, yeah, only rich people, right? Yeah, I used to have panic attacks. I don't anymore at all. Once I look up vitamin B12 deficiencies and panic attacks. It's almost 1-to-1. What causes panic is high homocysteine, high cortisol, high homocysteine. What dissolves, so to speak? What gets rid of? What cancels out homocysteine? And it's B12, cobalamin. So if you've got enough in your body, when something comes in to stress you, to panic you out, you're like, oh. But then after the stressor stops, okay, I'm not in danger. That should go away, in a few moments. Anal peel comedy. Do you recall what happens when the Euphrates River dries up? Dun, 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 dun. It's the end of days. 2-week initial healing period, and then 3 to 6 months. A 2-week initial healing period during which the skin peels and crusts, allowing for makeup application and return to normal activities. Full healing, including fading of the redness, intense redness, takes 3 to 6 months. Oozing and crusting are normal. Must have been a month ago. I was driving and I was like, what's going on? At first time I had to pull over. Yeah, brother. Yeah, look. Vitamin deficiencies and panic attacks. D and the B vitamins. Magnesium, okay, the closest panic attacks, mood regulation, disrupting neurotransmitter function, and stress responses. So if we look at this, so B12 is necessary for nervous system health, but look at this. B12 deficiency can directly trigger the panic attacks. So your body's saying, hey, asshole, I've been telling you for months and months that I don't have enough B12 in me, and now we're getting to a point where we can't make what we need to make. So it can trigger a severe anxiety and panic attacks and damage the nervous system, impairing neurotransmitter function. Symptoms include sudden waves of fear, heart palpitations, or feelings of dread, sometimes accompanied by numbness, fatigue, or cognitive changes. Yeah, it's freaking, yeah, that's usually what it is. It's your body telling you something, but you go to the doctor and they won't fix the problem. They'll put you on Xanax. Do you recall how many angels live under the 12? How many angels live under the Euphrates? 12? 4. Why did I think it was 12? The 6th angel releasing 4 angels. Okay, maybe I was thinking 6. Lead an army of 200 million, causing widespread and death of a third of mankind. Major apocalyptic event. Nice. I love that stuff, dude. I freaking love it. I love it.
You want to get smoother skin, kind of like that, and you don't want to undergo an actual phenol peel, I usually recommend undergoing a series of moderate depth chemical peels. In my office, we do the TCA controlled depth peel. Now, each of these peels, you may have a downtime of about a week where you do look kind of funny and your skin is peeling off, but it's nothing like a phenol peel, and you
Right,
don't
that's
have
what
a
I was
risk
just
of
thinking.
cardiac arrhythmias. So I encourage you, if you've got issues that you're looking for an aggressive treatment, go for either a series of moderate depth chemical peels like what we do in my office, or consider a series of fractional laser treatments. So what does a moderate depth chemical peel like after you have it done?
And see, you know what? Like, the thing is, if you're working when you're healing that, I guarantee most people probably cover themselves up with concealer and shit, and screws up their skin even more. Oh man, why'd you guys get me into this stuff?
My skin might bleed a lot or be very scary looking. That's normal for me. People might have a second look or
Why
say
can we
something
not cross
under
the
their
Atlantic
breath.
Wall?
I couldn't care
I bet
less.
we're on the edge of the earth. I'm not a flat earther, but it's worth
honestly
taking
have
talking
never
about.
seen
Yeah, I like
something
talking
like
about it
this.
too.
Let's
I'm not a flat earther either. My father worked in propulsion. He worked in space programs, and he worked with the Navy, or for the Navy, with the Navy, but not in the Navy. I wish every woman I knew that woke up that wear makeup doesn't. Okay, right, knows what skin is. Right. Listen, and it's well known and it's well documented. If you start wearing it young, you'll need to wear it forever. You're going to get acne. It's going to destroy what your body has to do to get rid of the compounds that you put on your skin, like through your liver and kidneys and whatnot. They eat up your body's resources. And then the vitamin D you're not getting from putting, because a lot of these makeups have, they say, but protect your skin from the sun. And then you don't get any vitamin D at all. 'Cause, most people are only outside long enough to get into their car. And then once you're in the car with the windows up, the UV can't get through the windows. It bounces off of them. So you walk to the car, you walk into the work, and then you walk out of work, back into the car, back home.
2 to 5 years. I'm Dan. I'm 43, and I live with epidermolysis bullosa.
Wow, he has epidermolysis bullosa, and this is a skin
Yeah, me
condition where
neither.
you can get blistering of the skin.
The
But he has
concept
a
of
lot
putting
more
random
than
chemicals
that.
I don't know on my face. Right. And listen, I never see girls online trying to make their own. I never see anybody trying to make a better version. Everybody's just always buying it. Like it's mud. It's what it is it's mud. It's some sort of oil and it's some sort of dirt, and then they add all kinds of pigments and stuff to it. But in Africa they call it mud, and that's what it was. It was mud. You get really, really fine minerals, and they put it on their skin. But they want it to last all day, so they use all kinds of crazy compounds. Women, oh no, my face isn't perfect. Let me lay chemicals on my face. Why is my face breaking out? I better use more makeup. Right. It's the same thing with chapstick. Chapstick dries your lips out because they want you buying more chapstick.
Genetic skin condition. I've still got the same skin as everybody else, but it just doesn't have the binding anchors that hold all the layers together.
In patients who have epidermolysis bullosa, just like you said, the skin actually tends to fall apart. The layers of the skin lack that kind of glue that puts those layers together.
Rich, you're gonna love this. She runs.
Bullosa,
only issue head gasket was leaking. Snapped one of the two bolts holding my engine head on. Head bolt. And it's an extractor, and it's too short to reach it. Drill. Yep. Not all women, but the high maintenance ones. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, listen, you have to understand, especially the way most boys learn about girls is on the internet, and unfortunately, the worst of the worst you'll find on the internet. Boys and girls, men and women. Listen, there's shitty people and there's good people, and the internet's full of shitty people. And then when you spend your time online, you want to use your best. And the thing is, we shouldn't let children use filters, because then when they meet everybody online rather than in real life, and then when they finally meet people in real life, they want to look like what they look like, the representative of them online. What up, Tom, brother? I've been taking the B12 recommended all the drops, but it's been causing havoc with my vision when I use the drops. So I'd read the label, I can see. Am I doing it right? No, asshole, you're not doing it right. I looked up organic natural face paint and found the one I like making out of Sound Easy materials. I wanted to go to the Juggalo Festival and have their black and white face paint. So I've got a very interesting story about those guys. Freaking lamb putting drops in your eyes. Buying a new extractor and vitamins this week. There you go. Men and women are made into brainless consumers, not just women. Yes. Yeah, and listen, and then women get tricked into things, and men get tricked into things by women that get tricked into things. So very powerful men put women in positions of power to trick other men. I like to make myself believe that the planet Earth turns slowly.
Just from literally the skin rubbing against each other and from basic movement as well.
So any sort of movement will create a friction type burn, kind of like sandpaper rubbing against each other.
So if you don't have epidermolysis bullosa right now as you're watching this, do not worry, it's not going to happen to you. This is believed to be due to a genetic mutation, one that can be passed off along to family members, but this is something that typically does present in childhood.
My version is one of the most severe versions of EB.
The Earth stopped revolving, we'd be flung to our deaths over 600 miles an hour. No, he's not a burn victim.
The older I survived,
we're on a ball. We're on a rotating disc.
Life was going to get.
No, he's got the proteins that hold his skin together. His body doesn't produce it, so the skin doesn't have that gelatinous connective tissue. So it rubs together, then it gets irritated, so it kind of just like falls off rather than like, yeah. I'm not a flatty. Oops.
So he says that his life expectancy was not very long. It's awesome that he's lived to 43 and appears to be relatively healthy and I hope active. But the reason why this can be very dangerous for people who have it is because
he doesn't have any elasticity.
All these blisters and openings and non-healing
infection.
You can get infections very easily. Our skin, which is the largest organ of our body, acts as a barrier. It basically keeps out bacteria and viruses that can make us sick. But when the layers of your skin aren't fused together, it has a hard time performing that barrier function, and therefore people with epidermolysis bullosa are at high risk of infections that can lead to sepsis, which can lead to death.
For a 12-month appointment, it was always marked with.
So his hands are probably, because you got a lot of areas that move. So his hands are probably raw.
Like this, and then raising them. I'm a parent of 2 children, and to think that you don't know if your child is going to be there 12 months later is just a horrifying thought. Now, one question you may be asking is, why are his eyelids being pulled down? It's most likely because that skin itself has scarred in, and it's now creating what's called an ectropion, or lid retraction.
Yes, sir.
The problem that can happen here is that he can get drying out of his eyes, and that can create permanent damage to the eyeballs and even potentially lead to vision loss. My assumption is that he's putting lubrication over his eyes when he sleeps at night to help keep them moist and
so he can't blink.
Infection and once again loss of his vision.
My bad.
I found out in the year 2000 that I was selected to carry the Olympic torch. I was still wheelchair bound through those years, but I kept sort of thinking it would be pretty cool though to walk with the torch.
So he said he was wheelchair bound. Does epidermolysis bullosa affect then your muscles or your strength? And in general, it should not. So I'm not sure why he was wheelchair bound unless maybe he had some type of an infection.
Right. So or he's got another connective tissue issue also. So I did 6 sets of 100 curls with a gallon of water in each hand. The pain level is surprising. Yeah, dude, that's a lot, dude. Listen. I don't do heavy weights. I don't do heavy weights at all. I do like 10 pounders or 8 pounders. And what a gallon of milk or a gallon of water is about, 13 pounds or 11 to 13 pounds? Weight of a gallon of water. Weight. 8.3 pounds. What is milk? Milk, okay, 8.6. For some reason, I thought it was 11 to 13. Okay, yeah. So, and I've got 10-pound weights that I do 90% of my workout with that I do dumbbells with. He just blinked. He's a liar. We are light beams in the meat suits. What up, butt? Why, brother? I can recall 8.4. Yeah, it says 8.4, 8.6, 8.34 for 8.34 for water and 8.6 for milk. Milk's got fat in it. Yeah, fat percentage, standard, consistent. Yeah. Okay. 10 pounds is nothing. I could do 100. Could you some milk? Boobies.
Like some of the deeper tissues.
So we got a treadmill. Slowly I became strong enough to be able to stand on the treadmill and walk on the treadmill.
That was on my plumbing
that's
exam
great
for
that he was able to
There you
become
go.
more mobile. Now, what can happen with some people with EB is that they can get fusion of their fingers and even their toes. Because the skin doesn't heal like a normal person's skin, those digits can actually fuse together if you get injuries in between them. And it's possible that that may have happened to him. It also may be a reason why you see that he's got those wraps.
That's why I did 6 sets. I figured it'd be more. But yeah, that's gonna hurt, dude. Yeah. That's gonna. Weight manipulation can be a pain.
Cheer me on. It's still
especially a
one of the
lot.
most magical days of my life.
Now, these patients are also at risk for skin cancer.
Like a lot of reps with weight. Can you recall the last number on your phone?
I decided
the last number on my phone?
8675309.
$8675309.
Set myself up to live independently. People in the community were very scared of me. Nobody would give me even the opportunity to give them my resume and show them what I was capable of doing.
Wow, that is really
a gallon of water is only 8.4. Why does a bucket of mud weigh 80 pounds?
Sweet dog. Show him affection. I'm a dog guy.
Last
you may
number
know
is
that
0.
if you follow my social media that we're really into rescuing senior dogs. We are down to one right now, little tiny, and was quite dramatic. But what about a woman who has...
Oh, dang it.
I can't
Last
believe
number
my
recall.
life. The pain of waking up each day is excruciating. And it's my legs that hurt the most.
Holy
because most of my
crap,
weight is in
dude.
my lower body.
Wow, I've never seen bigger legs than hers.
Jeez.
My legs have lymphedema,
Ah.
which is a condition where your lymphatic cells clump together and they just form large masses kind of where
That's
they
because
want
there's
to.
freaking hundreds of
Lymphedema is a
pounds
condition where you
pushing
get
on it.
excess buildup of lymph fluid. Lymph fluid is filled with proteins and certain types of blood cells, white blood cells specifically, that typically move through your body through lymphatic channels. But if these channels get clogged, then the fluid can build up, causing these...
So the weight from the fat can mechanically squeeze the channels. Brother, I don't know, dude. You did the expression. Did I see the expression on his face?
White.
This is a condition where your lymphatic cells clump together and they just
Yeah.
form large masses kind of where they want to.
Lymphedema is a condition where you get excess lymphedema after undergoing cancer treatments, like say with radiation therapy, or in this
Jesus.
situation, it's probably just due to excessive weight.
Exactly.
I have cuts and sores on my legs, and we have to make sure that everything is clean so I don't get more infections and wind up back in the hospital.
Shit.
When the body is so incredibly swollen, it's hard to get blood supply to those parts of the body. And in order to clear an infection, you need to have enough blood supply so that the immune cells can get to that
Jeez.
area and clear
I took
the
your
infection.
advice.
But when your leg
And had a checkup. My magnesium was very low, and so 3 days ago I purchased Vusta magnesium carbonate hydrate. My legs are back to normal so far. 1 tablet at night, presto. Amazing, brother. Amazing, amazing. It's amazing. Good. I'm glad you did, Mark. I'm glad you did, brother. Dude, she's got a lot of shit. 100% victim, not responsible for a pound. It's all their disease. Yeah. I've got a glandular problem. Yeah,
It's
Mark, it's
so
amazing. It's
incredibly
amazing,
swollen.
isn't it? Years of suffering and then a freaking vitamin or mineral and boom. You're welcome,
you're not
brother.
going to get
You're
sufficient
welcome.
blood supply, and the risk of infections is much higher. So people who have severe lymphedema
Glad
like
to
she
help.
does are
Glad to
often
help.
on antibiotics over and over and over again to try to treat infections that just keep coming back.
So tell me about your eating habits.
My diet is probably bad, even though we pretty much only eat 2 or 3 times a day. They're huge portions.
And who brings the food for you?
I usually have my husband do the grocery shopping.
It's always the husband or boyfriend in these videos
Right.
who are enabling the patients by giving them
Wow, what
and
was
bringing
wrong
them
with your
too much
legs?
food. Now, some people might do this as an act of love because they want their loved one to be happy. And so they want to
Or they want that freaking life insurance policy. We have a health system that ignores food and food system that ignores health. Yeah, right. And a medical system that ignores diet. They say, okay, here's the symptom, here's the product for the symptom, rather than here's the symptom, what's the cause of the symptom, let's take care of that, because then you're no longer a customer.
bring them whatever
And
they
they're
want.
a
But other times, I
for-profit
think there are other
industry.
reasons behind them, let's say, encouraging unhealthy behavior, like codependence.
Tracy seems to be a very unique case because she has developed such severe lymphedema, and her excessive weight gain is the cause of this.
When lymphedema is not severe, it can be treated non-invasively by doing wraps and by elevating the
Right.
extremities. In her situation, it has gotten so severe that there really
Because
is
you
not a good...
shouldn't need it. You shouldn't need it. You shouldn't need health care. It's you can guarantee if you're eating the American diet, you're gonna get sick. So that's why they're like, everybody needs health care because everybody's gonna be sick. I mean, Obama was like, we gotta make sure if you don't have health care, we're gonna charge you $1,400 on your taxes. Because treat the symptoms, not the issue. Keep you on the books, right? Mark, you want to explain to basketball what your leg issues were?
good solution other than
I'm
surgery.
not gonna
Now, some
speak
people
your-
will
your-
ask me
your
if they
issue.
can liposuction this lymphedema away. And the answer is no. This is fluid that has built up in those areas, and it's not fat. You can liposuction fat, but you cannot liposuction lymphedema.
Her upper body seems to be somewhat normal, but right now the fluid and swelling in her legs may weigh as much as 300 to 400 pounds.
Wow, can you imagine carrying 300 to 400 pounds in just your legs? With that much weight, I can't imagine she's all that mobile. And so the challenge is going to be, how do you help somebody lose weight when they really can't move around very much?
First step will be correct your eating habits. So I'm going to put you on high protein, low carb, 1,200 calorie a day diet starting now.
So Dr. Now will often test his patients by having them lose a small amount of weight prior to him doing something invasive like a bariatric surgery. This is a way to make sure that if the patients undergo, let's say, a gastric sleeve, that they're not going to essentially eat through that operation and cause the operation to fail. So the question is can she reduce her caloric intake to 1,200 calories a day, sticking with high protein?
Yeah, that's a lot though, and they're draining themselves. The weight is pushing the fluid out of the skin. And that's a lot. And the problem is it can't move. It's stuck under all that fat, and here's a story. A local pastor fighting cancer had blood in the urine. Hospital basically said, go home and suffer. You have 3 months to live. So she's eating absolutely horribly, probably way too much sodium, not enough potassium, so it's not balancing out the fluids out of her fats and bloodstreams through her lymph system. And then he had blood in his urine, so they Googled why. Low iron, so he fixed the blood in the urine. Then he got constipated, so he drank prune juice. Right? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Take care of it. What do the doctors... Listen, what do the doctors know about nutrition that you don't know or you can't find out? You can find it out. They're going to Google it. You think they know everything? No, they look it up. Oh, pop. From Go Home and Die, nothing to be helped. Right. Go Home and Die. And sell her fraudulent hospice. Yep. Still alive years after. You guys clock out. Still alive years after. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing how absolutely. Listen, they're there to make money. They're not there to help people. I suffered for months with swollen legs. My doctors told me it was early signs of diabetes and they couldn't help me. Oops. Come back when you're on the verge of death so we can drain your bank account while you pay us everything to try to stay alive. That's what they would do. They don't want you dying with money in the bank. So you get sick at the end of life bad and you spend all your money trying to live and then you run out of money and die, and then next patient.
The United States eats anywhere from 2,000 to even up to 3,000 calories a day. So this is definitely a significant reduction, I bet, in what she normally eats.
They want you
Last
to
time
inject
I was
it. They
here, I
want
was
to inject you with the
605
poison
pounds.
mark. Yeah.
So I just hope this
What
girl
up,
says
Robert?
I'm a
That's
lot less
definitely
now.
it.
517.
That is really impressive. And the fact is that she did that almost 90 pounds just by changing diet and by moving. I have to hand it to her. That is an awesome achievement, and I'm really excited to see what is next for her.
And if you get down below 450 pounds...
Right, then they approve your disability. Once they approve your disability, you're not paying your medical bills. They're getting it straight from the government. So then they could say, oh, now look at this. You need $1 billion worth of shit, but you can't afford, oh, you're on disability? We'll just write the check to Uncle Sam. And that's what they want. They want to be able to get to Uncle Sam's wallet. Heal thyself.
May be enough for us to be able to get your legs on the table to do your first skin removal.
Oftentimes, skin removal surgery is performed after the patient has lost a lot of weight, and typically with Dr. Now, after they've undergone bariatric surgery.
Yeah.
In this situation, I think he's going to see how much weight...
Once you understand that, everything just gets better because you take it into your own hands. Remember, you don't need to go to medical school to get the knowledge that's in medical school. You don't need to. There's not different knowledge inside of a university than outside of a university. You've got access to all the same stuff.
Own, if she gets it down to that amount, then removing some of that excess tissue, that lymphatic swollen tissue from her legs, can be performed surgically.
I've been working hard to exercise and stay on my diet these past few weeks.
Yes.
And I do feel like I'm having good progress.
Yeah, mine's definitely
I can
not.
get myself out of bed by
My
myself,
father's
which I wasn't able to
until
before.
we had a big
and
talk
I'm able
about
to
it. And then
walk to the
once,
kitchen area, to the
now that he's
bathroom.
no longer, him and my mother are no longer on any pharmaceuticals at all. The only thing that they're on is desiccated bovine thyroid, which we purchase ourselves. And yeah, they're on nothing. They uncheck that box because you go through life thinking that they're these super empathetic people, super smart that just want to help, and they're giving up all those hours of their day and their life to help people, and it's just not true. Yeah. Look. There's something very important you should know. It's called scholar.google.com. Don't just trust AI. I use it here to show you guys because I've already studied for years the topics that I'm talking about. If we bring up something or talk about something that I don't know and haven't looked into at all, I'll spend more time going through things. But yeah, because it can be wrong. I suspect both of my parents were taken out by that. Dad had a heart attack, was a veggie cheese. I'll never know if they sedated him with, lied to me, and got family consent to pull the plug. Probably low vitamin B12. You need B12 for the nerves to work properly, for the heart to beat properly, and you need D3 to get calcium ions into the bloodstream, and you need it to get out of the blood, and you need K2 to get it out of the bloodstream. Heart problems are typically from deficiencies in vitamins. They say, no, you've got high plaques or whatever. Right, what's high plaque? High plaque is low K2. I couldn't even go to the toilet without struggle. Walking difficult. Now I'm walking at next to happy, next to normal. I'm so happy. Good, brother. Good. Listen, I'm glad. I'm glad it'll replace doctors, because then at least people will start searching for themselves and they'll be able to find shit that doctors will just overlook. We've got to teach people to not look up symptom control, to look up symptom cause. And we need to teach people how their bodies work. We're not supposed to just grow up then rot. What up, term? So far, so good. Doctors already just listen to the computer. TV shows, it's a psyop. Yes, 100%. And ER, all that. Like when they show a doctor that loses when somebody dies, one of their patients, and they freak out. The doctor freaks out and has to take a month off of work, and then they have the Dr. House in Hawaii episodes and stuff like that. No, it's all bullshit. They don't care. They're just like, next. I got a check from the government for apologize for inflation around $400. Good. No, apologize for inflation. Doctors don't think or diagnose. They're too scared. They just click. Right. They're scared because if they say something that's against their bubble, because they hang out with other doctors, and if they say something wrong, they're like, oh, what are you, dumb? You didn't learn that, what vitamins are good for high blood pressure? D3, K2, B12. And magnesium, potassium. So those vitamins with those minerals. Low magnesium. I can't spell magnesium. Okay. Low magnesium is directly linked to high blood pressure because magnesium is essential for relaxing and widening blood vessels. When levels are low, calcium can cause the vessel walls to tense. So then you need to get calcium out of the bloodstream. That's what K2 does, vitamin K2. Vitamin D3 pulls it out of the intestines into the bloodstream. But then it'll just stay there in your bloodstream, hardening your arteries and plaquing up and everything. So you need K2 to pull it out of the bloodstream, out of the arterial walls, out of the soft tissues, and into the teeth and bones. Grey's Anatomy is unbearable. What up, Cole? Do they actually overlook that, or are they told to go to the worst case scenario? I don't overlook it, and I'm not even a doctor. But they want to make money. They're in debt severely. They want to be rich. They want to have nice cars. They want to get beautiful women. They want to do this. They want to do that. They're not just doctors. They're people. They want to make money. They're working to make money, to not work. So they want to get as much money from you as possible. So in the hospitals, they have protocols on how to make the most money per symptom, not how to get rid of each symptom. Don't pharmacy representatives have a lot to do with that? Yes, because they get kickbacks and stuff. I used to work at the Capitol Grill, and we would have doctors and pharmaceutical reps come in and spend thousands and thousands of dollars and give hundreds or to like $400 or $500 gift cards to doctors, and then give them bonuses for prescribing. Yeah, it absolutely happens. They just can't give them cash anymore.
That is really awesome to see that she's making these strides. Let's see how far she can go, hopefully without having to have surgery to make her stomach smaller.
Now, I've been working really hard, and I'm anxious to qualify for the next step in my process.
So I'm used to watching My
down.
600 Pound Life and seeing people lose this much weight after bariatric surgery. But the fact that she is losing weight like this without undergoing an operation is really, really impressive.
So the next step for you is to have your first skin removal surgery.
Okay.
Skin removal surgery can take many forms. In people who have lost a lot of weight, sometimes that can be a form of a tummy tuck. In her situation, he's probably going to remove these large masses from her legs. The difficulty in cutting out lymphedema, though, is because there's so much fluid in that tissue is friable, meaning that it falls apart fairly easily, and it's hard to get those areas to heal together. There definitely is a high risk of infection and a high risk of healing problems afterwards.
There is a huge mass on her left thigh, which is the focus for this surgery. This is going to be a long, complicated operation because there are hundreds of blood vessels that we need to tie up.
I do quite a bit
Candy's
of
a
surgery after
conspiracy to
people
keep
lose a
fruit in
significant
the
amount
pores,
of
eat a
weight. And the
grape,
one
don't
interesting
eat
thing
candy.
that we find whenever we do these types of skin removal operations
Right,
is
because
that
poor people get government health care. And that's what you want. You want to get them sick, and then you want to get them on government health care. You get them on disability, and then the government pays for all the problems. Eat fresh thyme or dried for respiratory issues, excessive mucus. Yes, that'll work. Yep. They get their own squirrel suit. A candy off the vine. Keep the pores away from the vine candy. Feed them hardened sugar. Yep, that's what it. Think about being a politician. You want to get rich after you leave politics. So you want to say, what can I do to all of these people who are these companies' customers? How can we get more money out of these people into your pocket so you'll give me some? Yeah, well, it was until last year. Yeah, it was till last year.
But the blood vessels often are huge.
You could buy
If the person is
Coca-Cola
large, those
and all
blood
that.
vessels have to become larger
You had a
in order
barium
to supply
meal?
blood to all those body
barium
parts.
ate anything?
But when the body shrinks, those blood vessels, unfortunately, don't shrink with the body part. And so you can run into huge blood vessels and get a lot of bleeding, even in somebody who's lost a ton of weight, and you don't think you're going to see it like that.
Okay, we are getting closer to a complete removal.
Jeez. Look at that. That's just a big old hunk of
All right,
freaking.
we have completely
Damn.
removed the mass.
Did you hear that sound when that huge piece of flesh landed on the table? This is definitely something that is very satisfying as a surgeon. The only negative of this is once that body part comes off, you have to take the time to suture everything closed, and sometimes that can literally take hours. In the OR, that's usually when you turn the music up, the people start to converse, and you just get in the groove of suturing and suturing and suturing.
All right, that's 10 pounds. And we lost another 5 to 7 pounds of fluid during the operation.
10 pounds is a lot, but it's not a massive amount. I actually thought that he would potentially take off more from her. The most I've ever taken off, let's say, of a tummy tuck is 25 pounds from a woman
Jesus.
whose skin
That's
was
2.5
so excessive
times
that it
the size of
almost
that.
was on the floor, dragging as she walked. But he said he took off another 5 to 6 liters of fluid. This could be the fluid that basically seeps out when you make your incision through this lymphedema tissue.
God.
Today I'm here to see Dr. Now for my 1-month follow-up since surgery.
405.
That is awesome. Now, with big operations like this, she's 1 month out. Normally, people are feeling quite decent by then to do some light workouts and to increase their activity. That being said, it can take 6 to 8 weeks after most big operations to really feel like you're almost back to normal.
I'm very proud of myself, and I'm glad I stuck to it, and the pain is horrible, but it's worth it.
Tracy has done very well, and she's been losing 20 to 30 pounds every month on her own.
Do you know
And this
anything
last
about
removal of lymphedema mass will help her
So
to be
I
more.
used to when I used to drink every day, I used to take milk thistle. Yeah, I learned a lot about milk thistle and how it helps remove fat from the liver liver when drinking alcohol isn't actually as bad for the liver as once believed. It's because we eat so much seed oils that with alcohol, it causes the liver to store that and become fatty. There was a couple, before you came in, I was talking about a study where they had 3 groups of alcoholics with fatty liver disease. And one stopped drinking and stopped eating seed oils, and one did stop both. So the ones that stopped both got better. The ones that stopped eating the seed oils and kept drinking healed their liver. So it was drinking and eating seed oils. So it was the diet that they had when being drunk all the time. But when they were put on a diet without any seed oils, their livers healed themselves, even drinking every day. And these are alcoholics with cirrhotic livers. Have I ever undone a barium? No, I've never had a barium meal before. I don't think I've ever even had an MRI or a CAT scan. Barium meal. Barium meal. There you go. Your barium meal is a safe fluoroscopic X-ray test to visualize the upper gastrointestinal tract, including the esophagus, the stomach, and small intestines. A chalky contrast liquid. It helps diagnose conditions like ulcers, hernias, instructions, taking about 1.5 to 5 hours to follow through. That's so crazy. Drink this radioactive fluid. A CAT scan. A lamb scan. Lambskins and lamb scans.
I am so impressed by her that she went through and made these huge changes in her diet and her activity without needing actual surgery. The body is an amazing thing, and our bodies want to be healthy. They want to be active. They want to be useful. And this is the concept, really, of autojuvenation that I talk about in my book, Younger for Life. Well, she had really the biggest legs I think I've ever seen on a patient on this program. But who is the largest woman that I've seen on this program? There was a woman recently who was 1,000 pounds. Take a peek at this video where I react to her video on my 600-pound.
Why? Why did you guys want me to do this? Stop sending me these.
Because walking is so difficult. And once I get there, I'm at the point where it's getting hard to fit through the door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, oh, wow. Jesus.
It's been a long time since I could stand in the shower. Like 12 years. I've had to go from bathing every day to about every 4 days because I have to work so hard to do it.
It is so difficult for her to bathe that she can only literally do it once every 4 days. These are called activities of daily living. And when you are unable to perform these activities of daily living,
and you like them,
something
fantastic.
definitely needs to change.
Gonna sound crude, but these people don't live long
before the comfort in my life as far back as I can remember.
These people didn't happen before the industrial era. Before processed foods, you couldn't get this fat. There wasn't nutrition. There wasn't nothing that you could get that was that nutritionally dense. And when I say they're called nutritionally dense, but it's calorie dense. There's better gaming headsets. This is pretty. Yeah, that's what I want. Good for the price. Yeah. They couldn't. And like, liquor, like bulk vodkas and stuff like that was a product of the Industrial Revolution. Like before big stills and stuff, you had to make small batches. But now, like you can go to the store and buy gallons of vodka every day and drink it every day. So like alcoholism, like people would drink beer because beer was made because we didn't have ways to filter the water. So they would make light beers. They call them child beers. It only had like a couple of percent, 2-3% alcohol in it, just enough to kill bacteria and stuff in it to make water drink safe too. 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. You hate food? Yeah, I mean, yeah. But those like there was alcoholics and stuff, but not like freaking people drinking vodka till they die type stuff.
But I remember my weight gain really started when I was 5 or 6. about the time my parents were divorced. And I was already around 150 pounds when I was 7.
7 years old, 150 pounds.
Adverse childhood experiences, otherwise known as ACEs, are basically traumatic events that can occur during a person's childhood. And studies show that children who undergo a lot of adverse childhood experiences have a much higher risk of eating disorders, and specifically binge eating disorders. And there was a study that did show a correlation between parents getting divorced when you were a child and eating disorders as well.
So it was like this negative cycle that got worse when I got into high school. Because I got up to about 400 pounds before I dropped out of school when I was 17.
So traumatic childhood experiences do have a correlation with binge eating disorders and other types of eating disorders like anorexia and bulimia.
So think about this. Think about this. You start, hear me out. You start eating bullshit and you're not getting anything good because in order to get that fat, you've got to get that food through your intestines into your bloodstream. You can't just, and here is the biggest problem. Depression normally starts because people start eating comfort foods, especially ice creams and stuff like that contain emulsifiers. That damages the gut wall, and then it's easier for bullshit and toxins to pass through the intestines. This is one of the big things that I think high dose B12 could fix with a lot of people, because it would take care of a lot of the depression. You should get depressed when your parents get divorced, but it should go away before freaking, when they got divorced when you were 5, before you're in high school. Pizza not healthy. I like pizza. It's not super healthy, but it's not super bad for you unless you get super wackadoo pizza. It's comfort eating. I did it when I was young due to depression. Right. And so a lot of depression is due to vitamin B12 deficiency and depression. So it's strongly linked to depression and mood disorders. So when you stop eating good for you foods, and then here's the thing, beef's expensive. When you get that fat, you're buying the cheap stuff to eat a lot and a lot and a lot. So you're eating less beef. And once your body gets big, it's per unit mass. So you need more when you're freaking 1,000 pounds. So you'd have to eat like 40 pounds of beef a day, and that's prohibitively expensive. How much money is she spending a day to stay 1,000 pounds? I eat healthy pizza.
We don't really know exactly why those are connected in the ways that they are.
I know.
But we do know that people who have binge eating disorder, and we'll see if this is what she has, do have the highest rates of ACEs in their history.
In order to make money, I chose to start fetish modeling.
I knew it!
In my apartment where I can film myself eating, and I eat for people.
Well, this is a new one for me.
I knew it.
I am not a big fan of watching other people eat, and especially ASMRs where people are eating and you're listening to their mouth make all of these sounds. I mean, it just, honestly, it kind of grosses me out. But apparently
dude,
there is kind of this niche.
There's no way you could afford that, dude. 1,000 pounds? That's like 20,000 calories a day. And she's eating only bullshit. Yes, I know from making tinctures that mom culture herbs, veggies, and fruits and have very little nutrients compared to their counterparts found in the world. That's true. That's exactly true. Fatty doll on you. Only food. What up, Shiraj? They add chemicals to the food to make it more addictive. Right. They have less nutrients in them, and they damage the gut wall, so you can't absorb vitamins and minerals from your food. That's the addiction. So you eat food that you need more food because the body says, I didn't get enough vitamins and minerals from that. Do that again. Robin, eating for people is insane. Respect yourself. Right.
People wanting to pay money, I guess, to watch people eat food and listen to them.
They're watching a train wreck. But why?
I just eat what I want, and they pay for it, as long as I film it. So that's how I make a living and keep going.
So she's going to eat
and
a
it makes
cheesecake.
me feel appreciated. So I'm happy to do it.
Well, you have to hand it to her that she has found a very novel way to make a living, being the size that she is and unable to do other types of jobs.
So, yes, right.
Now,
She's just going to sit there and eat a cheesecake. Daily time travel. Getting that big is more. Yeah, yes. Purple people eater.
You in the comments, do you like watching people eat? Do you like to listen to these sounds of people's mouths chewing and
If so,
gurgling
I'll
and
start one.
snapping and all that type of stuff? I mean, it so grosses me out, but let me know what you think in the comments.
Thanks, Amika.
Hi.
Skin has been a big problem right now. My right side is bigger. It's so full of fluid that the pores themselves are just weeping fluid.
Right. The weight is just pushing fluid through the pores. It's a strange fetish.
Her pores are weeping fluid if she's basically overweight. Well, it does sound like she has lymphedema. And lymphedema is a condition where you can get backflow of the lymph vessels. Now, lymphatic fluid basically is protein-rich fluid
And this
that goes through its own kind of...
how do you think drug addict prostitutes afford their drugs? So once you start, you can't stop because she's going to starve herself. And she's not eating anything good. She's eating cakes and stuff. I like to watch some females eat, but no food is involved.
Channels through the body. And this is also where immune cells basically go through that are separate from our actual blood vessels. In certain conditions, this lymph fluid can kind of build up in certain parts of the body and cause that area to swell up. In extreme cases, you can get elephantiasis, where you can get actually large masses of the body just filled with fluid, and that fluid can just seep out even through the skin. Now, this can occur in people who are exceedingly overweight, like in Samantha's situation, where the actual weight will cause those lymph channels not to be able to move
How
fluid.
old was she?
In developing countries, lymphedema is most commonly caused by parasites. You can actually get worms that
That's
will
who's paying for
basically
that.
go into
The
those
virtual
lymph
gulag.
channels and
What
will
up,
clog them up,
Brandano?
causing parts of the body to
Brandano.
swell excessively.
Brandano.
And you may have seen
Brandano.
photos of people
I was
from
making a
developing
joke.
countries where they can have, let's say, a huge leg because that leg's lymph channels have been clogged up, literally by worms.
So they just recently put me on a 2,100 calorie a day
Parasites.
But you're still eating around 10 to 12,000 calories a day.
She is in the hospital and she's eating 10 to 12,000 calories a day. I mean, the first question is, how does she get so much food while she's in the hospital? And 10 to 12,000 calories, that is literally 10 Big Mac meals every single day.
Not just the burgers.
That is a ton of food. Would you like to
I
look
drive a
5
Lincoln
or 10 years
Continental.
younger?
What up,
but you
John
don't wanna
Gobani?
go under the knife or needle? So what if I told you that you could use your body's own natural regenerative abilities to
that's
turn
what I
back
tell
the
people.
clock in a major way? Yes, it's a process called autojuvenation, and it's the culmination of 20 years of me being a holistic plastic surgeon. I reveal this groundbreaking approach in my new book, Younger
Why don't
for
you
Life.
just tell
In
us?
this step-by-step guide, I show you how, through simple changes in diet, activity, and skincare, you can reap huge changes in your skin and look
Okay,
younger
he's talking
than
about
ever
skin.
before.
I saw a young
teach you
girl
how to
with one
reverse
huge
the
leg the other
aging
day, and she's a
process
normal
by
girl.
combining
Yeah, listen,
intermittent
people do not understand how bad parasitic infection is in the world. Like, dude, when I first started talking about it, people are like, dude, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Okay, cool. You deal with that shit. Human life. It's a human life, yeah. I don't drink any Coca-Cola. That guy. Don't drink any Coca-Cola that guy hands you. Din, 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 din.
fat, skin, everything you want, and much more. Amount of their gifts in book and rejuvenation.com. The link is in the caption below.
So lose 10 to 50 pounds over the next 2 months. This is going to be very easy if you stick with the 1,200 calorie diet, okay?
Okay.
One of the things that Dr. Now often does with his patients is he puts them on a lower calorie diet and really gives them a short-term challenge to see if they can get them.
So put a bolt on first. You know how to cut bolts? You put the nut on first, then you cut it so that when you back the bolt the nut back off the bolt, it cleans up the boogered threads that you know. So if you put a bolt a nut on, run the nut up the threads, then run another nut up to where you want to cut it, and use the nut to guide the whatever. Hopefully you're using a handsaw to cut that, and then you can back those two off, and it should clean up your threads. A Chinese, I play joke. You put pee in your Coke. It's freaking taco body. I put pee in your Coke. $1.59 per bolt. He eats babies. Let's see the calories on you. Stop talking about nuts. Wait a second, then why are you cutting it? You should be cutting it on the thread part, not on the top part. If you don't have enough threads, you don't have enough threads. Yeah, if you don't have enough threads, you don't have enough threads. You can either, if you've got a tap and die set, you can cut threads. Yeah. You need to flip the bolt over and measure how much of the threads you need to cut off. It's threading into the head, right? The block, the cylinder wall, right? You need to get the right bolt. You need to get the right bolt. I mean, you can listen. If you use washers and stuff, they're going to vibrate. It's going to vibrate out, and you're just going to have a blast of fire and burning fuel against your leg. Yeah, no die set. I kept the washers as spacers to not confocal everything.
To lose a little bit of weight before he considers doing major surgery.
Yeah.
Although a lot of people,
you don't want to use washers and stuff. They'll vibrate loose. Yeah, you need a. Okay.
Think that bariatric surgery is a cure-all for weight loss. It really is not. And if you're not in the right mind and you're not willing to change your lifestyle and your eating patterns, you can eat through bariatric surgery. Yes, you can take a stomach that, let's say, has been reduced down the size of a golf ball in the case of a gastric bypass.
It's a bike.
Eat enough gradually.
It's a 50 or 80 cc scooter. It's not worth the risk. It's better to get the clear. Yeah. I agree.
You can expand that stomach almost back to regular size for some patients. And so to put a patient through a short-term challenge like this really helps Dr. Now to determine.
Yeah, and the thing is that they all need to expand and contract at the same rate, or it's gonna snap itself. No. The upper section of the bolt. The upper section of the bolt and the bottom end and the bottom ends match. I got to see what you're talking about. So the bottom end's a pin to line up into the cylinder wall. I got to see what you're talking about. Not set still. Human beings, it's quite risque. Then put washers on it. Sorry, that went bad, Larry. Have I hit you guys with the Transformer joke? I haven't heard it yet. Yeah, it's not an 8-cylinder, but I got to see what you're talking about. I had a scooter, I had a motorcycle. I've worked with motorcycles, worked on cars, worked on diesels, and I'm trying to imagine what you're talking about.
Worthwhile going through this huge invasive operation. Are they going to be successful, or do you need to make some changes in their life first before you actually make those big decisions to have surgery?
Today I'm home after being in the hospital for a while. The positive thing is that I'm able to order anything that I need or want or like.
Jeez, look at that.
It's comforting to me.
Oh no, this does not sound good. Maybe she's gonna order a reasonable amount of food from takeout.
I've worked on 351 Clevelands. I've worked on 454s. I've worked on a lot. I've worked on a bunch of 3.8 and 5.0 Mustang motors. I've worked on 4-cylinders, bunch of 4-cylinders. I kept pretending I was a transformer, so my girlfriend left me. When she was leaving, I yelled, "No, wait, I can change." Dun, 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 dun. It's not that bad. I'll change. Yeah, his is just a scooter. Yeah.
Let's see.
I would like chicken strips, 4 orders of street corn, just house barbecue flavor ribs, mushroom Swiss burger, fries, strawberry lemonade, and then a molten chocolate lava cake.
Jesus.
That was just her order. So unfortunately, Samantha does not appear to be doing very well with restricting her diet to try to get herself healthier and lose weight. What's going to happen next? I mean, this is not a good situation for her at all.
Shortly after Samantha returned to the hospital for her weigh-in, a nationwide quarantine was issued, so she got super fat. She made all that money. All those guys watching her eat she got way much more of an audience, and then started pounding in the food. For the next 5 months, she remained in the hospital. She was on her own. Her weight climbed to 974 pounds.
So to make matters worse, there's a global pandemic that involves your lungs, and she's stuck in the hospital. Now, keeping her in the hospital and isolated, hopefully, was probably a really good thing, because
I
if
thought we were
Samantha
talking
got
about a real
COVID-19
engine.
back
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
especially
Jamie
that
Weldon,
Alpha
send it.
or that Delta variant,
Yeah, I'll go with
and it
Washington
went to her
beat 'em
lungs,
up,
which
Ed.
it obviously did in the vast majority of patients.
Yeah, torque it to the right setting. Yeah, don't use split washers.
Her. And so the fact that it sounds like maybe they quarantined her and hopefully prevent her from getting COVID-19, that probably saved her life.
As a result, Samantha's health started to decline. He grew concerned she would not survive long without extreme intervention. He worked with a colleague in Denver and performed a gasket sleeve in the last ditch to save her life from overeating in the hospital. He was able to perform the sleeve, and now it's been 3 months since the operation.
Typically, gastric sleeve operations are performed after
I had a
patient
friend
has made
called
major
you, and he
changes
effed around
to
with a
their
lot of
diet
women,
and their
so my
lifestyle
girlfriend
to be
broke up
able
with me for
to
finding a
be
random girl
successful
underwear at
after
my
this
house. I told her
operation.
it's
Because
not
like I
about
mentioned
me, it's
earlier,
about
you
you.
can sleep through a
Feel
bariatric surgery. Now, during a gastric sleeve surgery, you literally will remove or cut out a portion of the stomach,
Over
reducing the
300,
size
you
of the
have
stomach
problems.
to
It's
about the
literally
size of a
can't become
banana.
out.
And because
Listen. I worked with a doctor when I was younger because I was so skinny and so tall, and they prescribed me Arnold Schwarzenegger's book on bodybuilding to try to get me to gain weight, and they never said a thing about possible vitamin or mineral nutritional deficiencies. I got to go. Just want to let you know how grateful I am for your care. Hey, brother, for helping you with Hugger Legend 100%. Hey, brother, I'm glad to help, my friend. I'm glad you're feeling better. You're back up and around. That's freaking really, really, really good to hear, my friend. Really good to hear. I'm going to go with washers. I'll buy lock washers, torque it to spec. Loctite, it won't move. Hey, go do it. Hey, make it happen. Make it happen. Do it. Hey, listen, I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but it's only a 2-bolt head, right? It's not 4 bolts. Yeah. Torque it to spec. Yep.
Because of this, you get full quicker, and then you therefore eat less food and hopefully lose a significant amount of weight. I have never really heard of it being used in an emergency situation like this, where somebody literally just can't stop eating, and people can't stop giving her excessive amounts of food, and then you use this operation basically to save her life. In an acute situation, this is the first I've heard of this. So I really, really hope this works for Samantha, because unfortunately she didn't get on that right track before having the operation. They just had to go in and do it to save her life.
These past months have been a huge change for me, because getting weight loss surgery saved my life. Because I'm down to 638 as of this morning.
Well, that's
She
really,
looks
really
like
good
she's
news.
dying.
I mean, normally if somebody says, hey, I
got
weigh 638 pounds, you think, oh, wow,
I
like
prefer
that's
around
so
250,
high,
6'7". I
and
was
she's,
massive in prison.
so unhealthy from all that added weight.
You got
but
a
to
lot
lose
of time. You got a lot of time to work on yourself. It's 2 bolts, and it's not against it, but I ain't for my first option. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, right. If you need it to work, understood. Thank you, Drong, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, brother. Trying to save the world. I really appreciate your donations, guys. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very, very much. A buddy of mine might swing through tonight and tinker with me. We'll both be hammered, so Godspeed. Perfect testimony, 6'7", and not breaking 300. Yep, 299. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let's do this real quick. Oops. 300 pounds. Boom. Thank you, my brother. Oops, hit the wrong button. Ooh, I can't spell brother. Bam. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Bam. Strong hooking a brother up. Oops, I'm in the wrong button. Guys can't see. Thank you very much.
And get down there. I mean, that's
now
just
I can
a
afford
huge
my B12
accomplishment.
habit.
And I hope that this is just a first big step for
I
Samantha.
can't afford very much. Very knowledgeable man. I hope to learn a lot from you. We'll be rebuilding my bike in a few months' time. Hey, I'm here. Absolutely,
She's really
absolutely.
motivated. She's doing PT.
Listen, yeah, absolutely. I'll be here. Yeah. That's all right. I'm glad that YouTube gives me a platform that allows me to take them. Yeah. It would have been zero. Yeah. So I don't mind.
Yeah, not fighting.
I appreciate it.
So from what her doctor is saying, it sounds like mentally she may be in the right space, which is
Hey, think
so
about it,
important for her
Drom.
success.
Think about how much money you're going to save on cigarettes. Yes. That's why I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to grow the channel. Let's put another goal up. Has it been 3 hours already? Oh, I only did 2. What time is it? 8 and 11. Damn. There we go. I'm having a conversation with you, Rich. I like having a conversation with you, Rich. It gives me a good second opinion on things, regardless if it means I change. Absolutely. Take this as a first gift of our great intercontinental alliance. That's right. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'll help. I'll do it. Any knowledge that I have that I can give to you guys, you got it. And if I change something in your life and it makes you a good amount of money or saves you a good amount of money, buy me a beer. Thank you.
Yes.
After my most recent surgery, the wounds refused to heal, and so I was sent to a rehab facility, and this is where I'm at right now. It's a small setback, but by this time next year, I will have my life back.
So it sounds like Samantha is on the right track to hopefully living a long, healthy, and fulfilling life, and I really wish that for her. Now, one of the things that she struggled with is lymphedema, and there are some people who have such severe lymphedema that there are huge masses that can literally hang from their legs. Take a peek at this video right up here with.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what happened. Yeah, looks like other people searching it too. Oh wow. She lost 601 pounds. She's now 373 and active on TikTok. Healthier influencer-based lifestyle on TikTok. She's got IMDb. The engines. I don't know, fella. She's pretty hot. I can fix her. Yup. Never think that. Listen, that's like strapping an anchor to yourself and throwing yourself overboard. My takeaway for today is sex, drug, and rock and roll, but no seed oils. That's right. That's a great way to start. Why does your thing change what I said? If it thinks it's another language, it translates it for me, and I don't set it up. It's freaking YouTube's AI. Dial up. I learned we exhale 80% of our fat from our bodies. That from our wait, hold on. I learned we exhale 80% of fat from our body burns. 80% of the fat our body burns. I thought we pooped it. Info on plumbing, internal combustion engines, basic carpentry here. The cards are on the cards this year. Yeah, I may not buy you a V12, but it'll surely pitch in for the internet connection. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Argan oil for hair, tea tree oil for nails. You know what's really good for hair, for balding hair fall is oregano oil and a rosemary oil. So DHT, dihydrotestosterone, is what you get builds up in the scalp that causes your follicles to shut off. Well, you can remove or vastly reduce the dihydrotestosterone in your scalp with rosemary oil and oregano oil. So oregano oil kills any bacteria and mites and stuff that you might have on your scalp and reduces the issue with yeast and dandruff. And then rosemary oil lowers dihydrotestosterone. Darren chocolate. Chocolate? Like chocolate? Chocolate? I can't pronounce that right. Chocolate. All right, that's enough of these fat people. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's next. Let me guess. You're pregnant and you're pushing and you need help. Help her out, ND. Oops, I broke something. Oh no. I hear you. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Leanna Wilson. Push, my dear. Piglet push. For God's sake. Okay, where are we at? He learned how to see. Wow. So I'm getting recommended for some more of those 600-pound life things. This one right here says you stink so bad. Can you imagine going to the doctor and being like, look, you can't reach your butthole. Oh, man. Oh, people that haven't taken a shower in years. The rarest conditions in the world. I can't watch that. Most dangerous places in nature. Dude, once in my body, how not to treat a burn, losing skin after losing 200 pounds, what obesity does to your organs, Institute of Human Anatomy, the woke spoke, animals that do not die. Let's check that out. Yeah, he's good. That's what he does. He does research.
Humans have chased one impossible dream: immortality. From alchemists and emperors to billionaires and biotech labs, our obsession with living forever certainly isn't dying.
Nope.
But what if I told you that nature has already figured out the secret? What if true immortality isn't locked away in the future, but swimming silently in the ocean? There are animals on this planet that simply do not die.
It hurts so bad. Yeah, well, you've been pushing for like 2 weeks now. Didn't that guy Asmongold not shower for a long period of time, but finally showered for a charity stream? Sounds familiar. Yeah. I know he cleaned his room or something like that. Maybe he showered. Am I correct in guessing you're Filipino? Indian, from East India. You guys are welcome, my dear pig. You're welcome, my dear piglet. Don't tell anybody, guys, but I've been alive for 500 years. And I'm not Jewish.
Not from old age, not from disease. They are, eternal. In the wildest corners of our planet,
crazy.
there are creatures that outlive empires, ancient sharks older than Shakespeare, and jellyfish that can literally reset their life cycles. They're living time machines, rewriting the rules of one of the most poorly understood biological phenomena in science.
What up, Joe Boink?
I'm James Stewart, and you're watching Astrum Earth. Join me as we explore the animals around the world living not just for centuries,
literally,
but forever. What secrets do they hold? How have they
tell
tricked
us.
death
Enough with the
itself?
intro.
And could their strange, powerful biology hold the key to extending our own lives?
How did they? Just speculation. I was given a curse when I was born. I have to live for 500 years.
We're
I can
going to
never
start
eat
small
salad.
here and build up to immortality in this video.
I'm two average. What up,
And
B?
our journey begins on
Hi,
a
Richard.
tiny
Wondering if you're a
island
fan
directly
of
to the
air
west of
purifiers. Just picked up
Ecuador
one
in
at my
South
local thrift
America.
store. So I've got a water-based one. So it basically sucks air in from the it's like works like a bong. It sucks water in or sucks air in from the room, blows it into water. So anything particular and stuff in the air will hit the water and then throw a filter and then out. Yeah. And then I have hundreds of plants. What am I doing here? B12. Dial up. We are from the northeast, just south of Bhutan. I can never be too high. Ask dwarves. Did someone say bong? Hit the dabs.
The world first heard about Galapagos more than 470 years ago.
Sitting on the toilet,
after the
stinking it
Dominican
up.
friar Fray Tomás de Balanga, Bishop of Panama's ship, was blown off course while sailing to Peru. He arrived on March 10th, 1535, and his accounts, the first written record of the Galapagos Islands, describe giant
Xylondi.
tortoises, the inhospitable terrain, and the difficulty of finding water, characteristic features of the islands. Galapagos giant tortoises often live well over a century, and it's not uncommon for them to live for over 150 years. As we seek to find nature's immortal beings, the comparable youthful exuberance of these wonderful creatures that seem to age as slowly as they move is truly remarkable. Ironically, it's actually humans that have been moving at a leisurely pace to try and find out the secrets to these long lifespans. It's only been in the last decade that we've found some answers, and it's fair to say it's something the science community wasn't expecting. An extensive international study led by Penn State and Northeastern Illinois University, the most comprehensive study of aging and longevity to date, examined aging and longevity in reptiles and amphibians with data from 107 populations across 77 species worldwide in 2022. The research revealed that certain species, particularly tortoises, turtles, crocodilians, and salamanders, exhibit notably low aging
So
rates.
when I used to work at the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore, we had tortoises, horned tortoises. They have a horn under their neck that they use to flip over other tortoises. They're like attack tortoises, and they're old. They said 80 to 100 years. They're not sure. So when they only know how old they are if for sure if they're born in captivity. But yeah, those tortoises can be old as hell.
Did lifespans. Beyond just simply analysing how old
And you know,
something
it's
was
amazing how
physically,
slow their
the
metabolisms
research
are. So
also focused
you
on age
would
from a
suspect that they
biological
wouldn't age
perspective.
as fast as
Senescence.
we
A
cicadas
fascinating
live like
insight
10
into
to
how
15
much
years. Yeah, so the
cells and
brood X cicadas, they stay in the ground for 10 years. Every 10 years they come out like just about the same day in 10 years later. Let's look it up. Tortoise found with a musket ball. Alligator snapping turtles have occasionally. That's alligator snapping turtles have been found with musket balls and flint arrowheads embedded in their shells. They've demonstrated incredible longevity, with some mobile bears survived since the Civil War era. Jeez. Ugh. It's not always cold here. That's not as cold as the Himalayas, but yes, we share a common lineage with the Thais of Thailand. Same group of languages and similar East Asian East Asian ethnic makeup. You ever think, holy shit, if we were like 6 inches tall, we'd be screwed. Everyone would be a monster. Yep. Tortoise. Alligator. No, this is a big ass tortoise. I don't. Alligator, snapping turtle, arrowheads found. There you go. Arrowhead and musket balls found in turtles. There you go. Yeah. An alligator snapping turtle is a turtle. Oh, he's had a tortoise. Yep, Clive's tortoise. Yep. Embedded musket ball. Now they have a wireless headset. I can continue to listen to stream while going to the toilet. Young, dumb, broke high school kids. There's a lot of them. Oops, wrong button. Bam. The hell y'all doing?
Out of bed, get behind the wheels, and let's turn them miles and make some money. Hell, I've already run 1,000 miles. What the hell y'all doing? Get your butts out of bed, get behind the wheels, and let's turn them miles and make some money.
Turn them miles and make some money. Alligator snappers are cooters. This wasn't a cooter. This is a big ass tortoise and out of this shell. I'm surprised it doesn't. It did pop up. Yes, yes, Maple Waffle. I think this is the second time you've been in here. When you asked if I remembered you, you said I've never been in here before. That guy. I got fired from my job for cursing out my boss. Hey, it was bound to happen. I got soft hands. I'm fine. Probably he left. Man, miles a day, boy. What do you think?
Other bodily functions have deteriorated over time. The study found that physical protective traits, such as the hard shells of many turtle species, contribute to slower or even negligible biological aging. It's not that these species don't experience the passage of time, but rather they aren't as affected by it as others.
Well, we talked about it a couple of months ago, and you said that he would tell you to do shit like right by the end of your shift, knowing that you're about to get off and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be bad. I love that guy. He's like my uncle. Tortoise for breakfast. Chicken wing. Camille 405. It is stored in the body as creatine phosphate, and that's the phosphate, and that is adenosine triphosphate. It was a shitty place to work. So Rich, I checked on Amazon. There's a methylcobalamin that says 1,500 micrograms. So does that mean I take once a day or twice a day? So start off with taking it once a day. Just start off taking it once a day and see if you get a benefit from it. You're a smoker, and for a long time you've been smoking, so you might want to try twice a day, or just take 2 doses, because that's not a lot. Like 3,000 mcg. MCG. Jesus Chrysler. $3,000 is a high-potency, bioavailable form vitamin B12, often in sublingual gummies or drops to support. Yeah, so that you can take 1 tablet or serving of 3,000 micrograms taken daily. So yeah, I would just take it at the same time. I dig this very non-assuming. Yes, it's non-assuming. We're under the radar, Joe. Pissed off YouTube keeps thinking I want to see people cuddling with cows. Like, dude, I'm still going to eat those bastards. Hug them all you want. I love how chameleons. Yeah, we saw a video yesterday of one changing from like hot pink to like bright orange to like damn near black to like, yeah, it's freaking crazy. It's really, really crazy. Andy gets fired. Ain't news for us. I've been smoking 28 years, mostly rollies. I'm not very fond of pill popping. Yeah, once a day for start. It should only have like 2 ingredients in it. Whatever the fluid is, and then the B12 if you're getting something good. Yeah, once a day. Just do it once a day. Yeah, because now you're getting 0 micrograms additional, right? And smoking, like we showed, it converts it from methylated to cyanated, disabling it basically. So it's got to, octopuses are dope.
That doesn't
what up,
vary
user brother?
with the
Welcome back.
surrounding temperature. However, this process also gives rise to hazardous byproducts which can damage their DNA, particularly for reactive oxygen species, or ROS. These ROS are charged molecules that can cause oxidative damage to cells, which contributes to their deterioration. On the contrary, our tortoise friends take heat from sunlight to fuel their metabolism, meaning their metabolism is slower. This may result in them producing fewer ROS, meaning less oxidative stress and a longer life for them and other ectotherms. There was a particularly famous giant tortoise named George, known locally as Lonesome George, who was the last known member of his species, a Galapagos subspecies. Sadly, George passed away in 2012, but his death gave new life to new research. In the years subsequently, researchers at Yale University and the University of Oviedo in Spain
out the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth cameras, Bluetooth for indoors, and Wi-Fi for outdoors. That's what I gathered from the web. So you can do Wi-Fi for all of it. Then it'll all be on the same network. If you just get Wi-Fi for all of them, then it can all be on the same network, and then it'll be much easier. And you can have all the same brands, and you won't have to have different drivers and stuff. And the problem is with Bluetooth too, it only works really good like about 18 feet. 30 feet is like super maximum, but you won't get high throughput. So if you've got Wi-Fi to get outdoors, use the Wi-Fi indoors also. Yeah, I would do Wi-Fi everything. Master Uga, I think that's your species, boss. Yeah, I love how God created animals with an ability. Yep, did good work.
Have conducted genetic analysis of DNA from Lonesome George and samples from other giant tortoises of the Galapagos. Amazingly, they found their DNA possessed a number of gene variants linked to DNA repair, immune response, and even cancer suppression, not possessed by shorter-lived vertebrates. A study led by the University of Buffalo took this further and found that these tortoises possess extra copies of certain genes, known as duplications, which are believed to enhance their ability to combat aging and disease.
So if one if one copy of that gene gets wackulated, then the other copy can still produce the same protein folds.
Demonstrated that the tortoise's cells are exceptionally sensitive to stress-related damage proteins, leading them to self-destruct through apoptosis more readily than cells from other turtle species. This proactive elimination of potentially problematic cells may help prevent tumour formation, offering insights into the tortoise's extended lifespans and resilience against age-related diseases.
DNA. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant for the outdoors. I'll use an Ethernet connection. There you go. I want to put it up on the roof. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So Ethernet for outdoor and then Wi-Fi for indoor. Yeah. Yep. OBS. Yeah. What's OBC? You meant OBS? I'm guessing you mean OBS. Unless OBC is something I don't know. They try hard. They can bring extinct animals back into the future. Yeah. Should we? Should we, though?
As we move away from the exotic climes of the eastern Pacific Ocean and the irresistibly adorable giant tortoises nestled there, we find ourselves in a very different part of the world. Deep beneath the frozen Arctic, where sunlight never reaches and time itself seems to slow, something ancient stirs. This creature moves like a ghost.
Yeah, it should work. Yeah.
It's silent,
is it not working?
Cold and ethereal.
It should work.
The Greenland shark is Earth's longest
unless
living
somebody tells me it
vertebrate
doesn't, I think it
that
still
we
does.
know of, drifting through the deep for hundreds of years. More specifically,
If it
for
doesn't work, just send me a friend request. I fail first. Yeah. If you're on Discord, you can either use the link or send I fail first. A friend request, and I'll accept it. Every time you see one, just imagine saying, "Durr, I'm a dorkfish." Makes it great. What up, Josiah? Yeah, I fell first. Yeah. Durr. That's a shark. What's going on? 250 to 500 years old.
Despite being one of the world's largest marine species and reaching lengths of up to 7 meters.
Jeez, 7 meters. A bunch of fat people, a bunch of good stuff. Shit, what's this light? What's this light? Let me bite it. Yeah, right.
They were fished in the North Atlantic for their
Durr.
livers until 1960.
For their oily livers.
Still occurs in Greenland. But now,
ND. Oh, you can't see it. Dang it. Why didn't you guys tell me I didn't have the right thing on screen? You guys looking at me.
100. These creatures are tantalizingly
That's
mysterious.
cool. I got another friend.
Despite
from up
being
in
one of the
Vernon,
world's
California.
largest
Should be
marine
another
species
international
and reaching
friend.
lengths
brother,
of up
I'll
to
be
7
one.
meters,
I'll be one.
they have largely eluded
I'll be the
scientific
East
study.
Coast. He'll be the West.
Until then, most of what we knew about Greenland sharks came from the historical records of commercial landings. They were fished in the North Atlantic for their oily livers until 1960, and a limited harvest still occurs in Greenland. But now we can
So
finally
can you imagine those freaking Danes in Greenland killing 500-year-old sharks for their liver? Oh, Canada. Gotcha.
swimming in their natural environment. Scientists have known for some time that Greenland sharks live extremely long lives, but they didn't have a way to determine how long. The age of other shark species can be estimated by counting growth bands on fin spines or on the shark's vertebrae, much like wings on a tree. Greenland sharks, however, have no fin spines and no hard tissues in their bodies. Their vertebrae are too soft to form the growth bands seen in other sharks. Scientists could only guess that the sharks lived a long time based on what they did know. The sharks grow at a very
they
slow
can't
rate.
see, I don't think. So I guess they're, but they got to eat somehow.
Less than
So I'm
1
guessing if they're
centimetre
hungry,
by
they're
year.
not.
And they tend to reach over 6 meters in size. So the chances were these things were pretty old indeed. But then, in 2016, something rose to the surface that changed the trajectory of biology as we know it. The Greenland shark officially became the world's longest living vertebrate.
Oh, I guess they do have
Having
eyes, they're
lived
just
to an
blind.
estimated age of nearly 400 years, a female Greenland shark set the new record for longevity. Was a youngster when René Descartes set out his rules of thought and the Great Fire of London raged. She reached adulthood as George II ascended the throne and was having kids
a little
around the
doofy.
time the American Revolution kicked off. Oh, and she also lived through 2 world wars. Julius Nielsen, lead author of the research from the University of Copenhagen that made the discovery, was able to determine this shark's age with a methodology nearly as creepy as the animal itself. Inside the shark's eyes, there are proteins that have formed before birth and do not degrade with age, like a fossil preserved in amber.
Jeez.
Scientists discovered that they could determine the age of the sharks by carbon dating these proteins. Nielsen and his team looked into the eyes of 28
And how'd you
female
get it out?
Greenland sharks,
How'd you get it out of the eye?
discovering that the largest shark they found, a 5-meter female, was between 270 and 512 years old, according to their estimates. It is worth noting this is just an estimate because carbon dating can't provide a definitive age. But scientists continue to refine this method and may provide more accurate measurements in the future. But even
Just
at the
keep giving
lower
them more
end
money.
of the estimates, a 272-year lifespan
I don't know.
makes
I
the
don't
Greenland
know how they're
shark
brave.
the longest lived
I don't know how they're brave. They use that word
Why
a
do
lot.
they live such
that
long
don't mean
lives?
anything. Greenland sharks have
Much like
mosquitoes
our tortoise
fossilized
friends
amber
on
in
the
their
other
eyes.
side of
Do
the
not let
world.
John Hammond know.
One theory to explain this long lifespan is that the Greenland shark has a very slow metabolism, an adaptation to, or a product of, the deep cold waters it inhabits. Ultimately, because they're ectotherms,
And they don't have anybody to
the
eat 'em.
temperature of the water affects their metabolism. A NOAA remotely operated vehicle diving off New England in 2013 encountered a Greenland shark at a depth of 783 meters. But these sharks are known to dive as deep as 2,200 meters. They're also the only shark that can withstand the cold waters of the Arctic Ocean year-round. As such, their slow metabolism could explain the shark's slow growth, slow aging, and sluggish movement. Its top speed is under 2.9 kilometers per hour. The metabolic theory was backed up by research at the Society of Experimental Biology conference in 2024
Experimental
by lead author
biology.
Ewan Campbellson, who suggested the shark's longevity could be related to their metabolic activity, which does not seem to change over time like it does in other animals. To measure the shark's metabolism in the new study, researchers took tissue samples from the muscle of 23 Greenland sharks. The team measured the activity of 5 different enzymes in the samples to work out their metabolic rate and their response to different environmental temperatures. The researchers then calculated the age of each shark by measuring their body length, finding that the sampled sharks range from 60 to 200
That's a
years old.
So it's either 60 years
Surprisingly,
or 200
when the
years.
researchers compared the sharks' enzyme activity, they found that there was no change across the different ages. The stable metabolism across Greenland sharks' ages suggests they don't degenerate like other animals do, which is likely the reason for their long lifespans. Although they've probably never met, both Greenland sharks and giant tortoises have the key to longevity in common,
That's rude. I couldn't
and it
answer
comes
that.
from their
They're
metabolism.
Exactly. They're rude.
So far, we've met a rather wonderful tortoise named George that posthumously provided us with some vital de-aging information. And we've encountered the longest living vertebrate on Earth with the spooky Greenland shark. On that note, you do wonder if these majestic sharks hadn't been hunted as much as they have been. Might we have found even older specimens?
Why is it
In
gotta
our
be
oceans,
black?
time still continues to stand still, and things get really intense.
I think the turtle
It's time to meet a marine organism 4,265 years old, who, despite its black core, lives a very happy life.
Sure.
A colony of deep-water black coral has the accolade of being the oldest living skeletal accreting marine organism known to science. In other words, it's the oldest living animal that can build
Did
a
they
skeleton.
find a shark with 500
in the
over?
sea.
I'm sure they did.
Given
I'm sure they
how
found some
little
big
we
old
know
ones in there.
about our oceans, it seems fitting that pretty much everything on our quest for immortality finds itself somewhere in the deep blue. And unsurprisingly, that's where we remain here.
It would be
This
happier if
time
it
we're
was a
heading
white
to
coral that needs civil
Hawaii,
rights.
although deep sea coral is found across the world, to investigate a very specific kind of deep sea black coral called Leopathes anusa. First thing to say is, as you might have noticed, it's not black. At least not on the outside. Whilst coral, quite rightly, has the reputation of being bright, multicoloured beacons of happiness sprinkled around the world, this coral actually has a black skeleton. Immediately, it's pretty interesting, and the family-friendly corals we're so accustomed to seeing
Family-friendly.
suddenly have a relative
$10
on the
says
dark
a better
side.
seasoning on it.
Imagine peering through the window of a submersible at depths of 3 to 480 meters beneath the Hawaiian island and seeing what looks like a mini forest. Golden brown coral with a hidden black core, grouped together over vast distances, with a typical tree-like structure of the genus. 4,000 years ago, where I come from in the UK, the Bronze Age was just beginning.
Killing it off.
And here in Hawaii, these corals were merely in their infancy. Most shallow water corals rely on symbiotic algae called zooxanthellae to convert sunlight into energy. Black corals instead eat floating particles in the water column with their polyps. This is one of the reasons why black corals are more tree-like than shallow water hard corals. They grow vertically and then branch to maximize their ability to obtain food. Black corals likely started from a single species that lived between the shallows and the deep sea around 600 million years ago. The ancestors of the first black corals began to diversify in the Silurian period, 437 million years ago. A time when jawless fishes and trilobites were common throughout the ocean. These early black corals thrived in the continental slope, the area where the ocean floor gradually slants down from the shallow coast waters to the deep abyssal plain. Filter feeding became a popular mode of feeding as the ocean was filled with small creatures called zooplankton that drifted throughout the open water. Black corals took advantage of this abundance and thrived. Ever since then, the black coral has remained across the region, its tree-like branches reaching out for invisible food. Even trying to understand the origins of such a creature took science some time, so determining its age was even trickier. To do that, researchers from Lawrence Livermore, Stanford University, and the University of California at Santa Cruz collected individual samples off the coast of Oahu.
Alien-looking creatures, definitely aliens.
Using carbon dating,
and then Japan
the team were
said,
able
"Screw it,
to
we
arrive
can
at the
catch
grand
everything we
old
eat."
age of
Chilton Manual?
4,265.
Chiton? Oh, Chiton. I thought you meant a Chilton Manual. I don't even know what a Chiton is. Let's take a look. Let me close some of this stuff down. No. No, wow. That's pretty freaking cool. Armored mollusks. I wonder what they taste like. What up, T? Alan Henry. That definitely looks freaking awesome. Used in a tunic. He invented the VCR. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're pretty damn cool. I've been chitting. But I've never seen one. I got more wipe cream. Sometimes you need wipe cream.
This age implies the coral's skeleton grows much more slowly than previously thought. Only 4 micrometers per
Head
year.
crabs, yeah.
About the diameter of a human
If
blood
your
cell.
link is not at
The
not
tiny
at.
coral polyps that live inside
Not
the
at,
skeletons
just I fail
are only
first.
a few years old, however.
Oh, my website, yeah,
meaning they are continually replaced
HTTP.
for
You can just
centuries
you talking
to
about my
millennia, while these-
website or for Discord? I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, and my website's 110thgrade.com. Yeah. I just accepted it. Whipped man. Spell checks. Okay, let's see. Let's see what it says, what it's supposed to say. It says wipe cream.
The supporting skeleton builds up around them. In essence, they're able to live so long because they are slow growing and inhabit environments that remain stable over long periods of time. Black corals also thrive in deep, dark waters, where they do not rely on symbiotic algae for food, instead filtering water using tentacles on their branches. You can begin to see how this deep-sea adaptation contributes to their longevity by minimizing exposure to surface-related stresses. There's probably a life lesson for everyone there. Surround yourself with things that don't stress you out, and you'll probably have a pretty long and happy life.
Take care of stress.
4,265 years is certainly impressive. But somewhere else on planet Earth, a sponge had already lived through that, and then some.
Antarctic glass sponge.
This sponge has seen so much.
Yes,
in fact.
brother, be careful.
It was around during the last ice
like
age,
coral
nearly
in water,
15,000 years ago, when much of the northern hemisphere was covered in ice sheets, and woolly mammoths still roamed the world. A sponge, you ask? How does an everyday object I use to wash plates
that's what we
and
looked at
forks
yesterday.
make a list alongside some of the planet's most unique creatures? It can be tricky to actually see sponges as animals, stationary and plant-like as they are. But they represent some of the longest living animals on the planet, and they're kind of bonkers. The Antarctic glass sponge, known as the giant volcano sponge, can grow up to 1.5 meters in diameter and 2 meters in height, and it can live for 15,000 years.
Unless some diver gets inside of one.
Rather like guessing a toddler's age from their height, scientists have arrived at this number by attempting to estimate the age of individuals of the species based on modelling their rates of oxygen consumption and energy production. One individual was found to be around 23,000 years old, according to one research team's models, with upper estimates saying that the animals could live as long as 40,000 years. However, those ages might be a little on the high side according to further analysis. This huge number is not necessarily down to the animal itself, but rather as a result of the geological changes that occur during its lifetime.
Quite a lot.
Dr. Suzanne Gatti pointed out that because of sea level fluctuations associated with the last glacial maximum, it's likely that where the giant volcano sponge lived would no longer be covered in water, and instead it would have been left high and dry. As such, she concluded that no marine invertebrate in this area can be older than 15,000 years, which is still mightily impressive.
Yeah, it's a long time.
So let's have a look at why they can stick around for so long. They are multicellular animals, sitting near the base of Darwin's evolutionary tree, at the interface between the single-celled protozoa and metazoans with nervous systems, like those highly coordinated hunters and trappers, the jellyfish. At some stage in evolution,
you have to be heavily sedated and barely human.
Developed a competitive edge by moving to true multicellularity, with individual units becoming specialized for different tasks.
Yeah, think about it. If you just had to sit there all day, think about it, man. Water's a little chilly today, same as yesterday. Do you think we'll ever be able to de-extinct animals? Listen, I think we probably already could. I just don't think it's a good idea to. What up, Bax? No, I'm good. I do the heavily sedated part, though. Yeah, I listen, if we've been able to do genetic implanting since the 1980s, so we can make babies that have the eye color you want and cut this and that out or whatever and stuff like that. I bet you government technology can do all that. And look, Clonate in Canada, like you can give them some of your cells and say, hey, I'll need a liver in a couple of years, so the problem is giving it the spark of life. The thing is, we can make cellular chunks, but we can't make them alive. There's a documentary about that I just cares if it's you just care if it's a velociraptor. Yeah, that's right. There is a documentary about that. I think they have. Check it out. The re-extinction process. So there was a company that did that with the dire wolf, but they ended up being liars. So it ended up being a liar wolf. That sponge might have outlived the ice age. Oh, might have outlived the dinosaurs. Gotcha. Scared. Throw this phone. I'll throw it.
Sponges are animals commonly found in the deep ocean. Their tissues contain glass-like structural particles called spicules, of which there are 6, and they are made of silica. So uniquely impressive are these animals that they possess the ability to channel light through their silica in the manner of fiber optics. Some species of glass sponges produce extremely large spicules that fuse together in beautiful patterns to form a glass house. A complex skeleton that often remains intact even after the sponge itself dies. Called porifera because they are porous or pore-bearing, sponges are animals designed around a unique body plan of canals and chambers through which they pump water to extract food. There is no centralized gut, no front or back. They lack conventional nerves and muscle, which means movement is only at the pace of the individual cell crawling.
Oh, jeez.
The most famous glass sponge is a species known as the Venus flower basket, which builds its skeleton in a way that entraps a certain species of crustacean inside for life. This sponge often houses 2 small boxer shrimp, a male and a female, who live out their lives inside the sponge, which is both the coolest and creepiest thing all at the same time. The crustaceans breed, and when their offspring are tiny, they escape to find a new Venus flower basket of their own.
No way.
This relationship works both ways.
If I live in a
the pair inside the basket clean it, and in return, the basket provides food for the crustaceans through its waste.
You could do that.
This story has a not-so-happy ending, however, as the shrimp eventually grow too large to escape the sponge, and they are forced to stay put for the rest of their lives. As they die, they leave behind silica mats meters deep on the sea floor, providing prime substrate for other sponges to settle and grow. So hopefully next time you reach for a sponge at home, you'll see it in a different, albeit slightly creepier, light.
See what sticks.
So far, we've covered vast stretches of Earth's geological history,
tacos and
met some of the animals that have been around to witness how our planet has changed. There is still one creature left to visit, and this creature has found the secret to cheating death itself.
The polyp, the jellyfish. I will absolutely will not. I will say, God damn it, I gotta wash dishes again.
What most of us picture
Jumbo
as
shrimp.
a jellyfish.
Jumbo shrimp is the oxymoron I remember. Jumbo shrimp.
That ghostly, transparent creature with stinging tentacles is actually just the final stage of its life cycle. Or at least it should be. Because not all jellyfish play by the same rules, and one species has found a way to cheat death entirely. Meet the immortal jellyfish, barely 3 millimeters across, smaller than your fingernail. It holds an astonishing ability. When stressed, injured, or starving, it can roll back its biological clock and start life over again. Most jellyfish follow a familiar pattern. Eggs and sperm produce free-swimming larvae, which settle on a hard surface, grow into polyps, and bud off into adults called medusa. But when the immortal jellyfish reaches the medusa stage and faces danger, instead of dying, it collapses into a blob-like cyst on the sea floor.
It's
Within 24 to 36 hours, this blob transforms into a polyp, its previous life stage, ready to grow into a new medusa. This rare trick is called transdifferentiation, and it allows its cells to reprogram themselves into a completely different body plan. in perfect conditions. This cycle can repeat indefinitely.
Damn.
Meaning it
I
never
preferred life
dies
when I was a
of
blob.
old age. It's the biological
There's
equivalent
a
of
theory that large creatures like mammoths played a big role in shaping their environment by eating plants and disturbing the ground. They help create conditions where more plants. Right. So there is a theory that a lot of their poop that they left around and they would disturb the ground, poop on the ground, and things that they ate would be left behind, or other airborne seeds would land in their poop and the disturbed ground, creating nutritious soil for them to grow. I had a dream where Sabrina Carpenter's she fine as hell. The blah blah blah.
of a butterfly in your garden turning back into a caterpillar instead of dying, and then re-emerging as a butterfly again. The species was first discovered in 1883, but its immortality wasn't noticed until the 1980s, when biology students Christian Sommer and Giorgio Bavastero accidentally observed medusae reverting to polyps in their lab jars. The discovery, along with the catchy nickname immortal jellyfish, captured global attention. Of course, immortality has its limits. Sea turtles, slugs, and other predators happily snack on these defenseless invertebrates.
Do you think it would benefit nature if we brought back mammoths to live? I think they would just be used for money. I think they would just be used, maybe put in zoos, and then I don't think that there would be a bunch of them made to put in zoos and study. They wouldn't be allowed to roam free. Backs. Should have goofed while it was fresh in your mind, bro. You freaking wackadoodle.
So their eternal life only works in perfect conditions, where nothing interrupts their miraculous reset button. To be honest, I could talk about these creatures all day, but there's one man in Japan who does more than just talk about them. Japanese scientist Shin Kubuta has kept populations of immortal jellyfish since the 1990s. It's a thankless task, as the species are nearly impossible to monitor in lab environments, and the work is incredibly time-consuming. In a New York Times article, Kubuto details having to monitor the colonies daily. He even slices up their miniature meals of brine shrimp eggs under a microscope, so they're small enough for the jellyfish to eat. But his patience paid off, and after 2 years of studying, he was able to give an exact number for how often the jellyfish performed their cellular miracle. Captive colonies of the jellyfish rejuvenated themselves up to 10 times. Sometimes...
If we should bring them back for the purpose of maintaining and benefiting nature. But we wouldn't. Who's going to pay to do all of the cloning cost? And they're going to want a return on their investment. So other than that, we'd have to ask the government to do it. And then they would fuck it up. Like they screw everything up. Absolutely, they would absolutely be in controlled zones. Yeah. And then they, like the people that put the $1 million into making it happen, would want return on their investments. The only people that don't want return on their investment, so to speak, is the government. So the government would have to do it. Then they'd rob us blind. It'll be $17 billion to make a $3 million. If Sabrina Carpenter was next to me right now, I wouldn't be on here, right? I'm sure you wouldn't. She would be, though.
Yeah. At intervals of just 1 month. After reading about how jellyfish seem to have achieved eternal life, I wouldn't blame you for asking one major question.
I feel bad for the French.
How can I get some of that?
French law. I feel bad the French lost.
While the immortal jellyfish can go full bend.
She's some freaking wackadoo. Sabrina Carpenter. This chick right here. American singer, songwriter, and actress. She got butt cheeks right there.
Benjamin Button at will, humans are a long way off mastering this level of transdifferentiation. Instead, the hope is that studying what happens in these jellyfish can tell us how their genes change cells, and how these changed cells integrate with others. I don't think I need to say much more, do I? This feels like one of those videos you just have to sit with for a little bit and process what you've just learned. So I'll let you do just that.
All right, thank you. All right, cool. Let's see what we can find about cloning. About cloning the wackadoos. Most bizarre mouths ever discovered. No AI used, it says. What they really found in Antarctica. At the bottom of the world lies a continent. Yeah, absolutely. Clone me and then throw us all in a wood chipper.
Shrouded in ice and intrigue. So secretive is this land that less is known about the topography beneath the ice of Antarctica than any other planetary surface in the inner solar system. Since its discovery, there have been whispers of strange secrets buried beneath the ice, mutterings of long-lost ancient civilizations, alien artifacts, peculiar radio signals emitting through snow layers, and even secret wartime strongholds. Antarctica was one of the last great wildernesses on Earth, but in 2025 that all changed. Never before have scientists conducted such a comprehensive analysis of this mysterious seventh continent. For the first time in Antarctica's long history, science is on the front foot, producing the most in-depth, rigorous set of insights and analysis we have ever seen. And now, Antarctica's real secrets are finally coming to light. I'm James Stewart and you're watching Astrum Earth. Join me in this video as we journey to this continental enigma, to dismantle some of those outrageous rumours, thaw out the truth, and finally provide the answer to the question, what's really hiding in Antarctica?
Ooh, I would like to clone myself and fight who would win? You would? See videos
Antarctica
like this
is the
where I
world's
quit
fifth
giving two shits
largest
about
continent,
everything
covering
wears me
approximately
out. Just waiting to meet
14.2
God.
million square kilometres. That's
That's a
twice the
great
size
question.
of Australia and bigger than the entirety of Europe. Around 98% of that is covered in an
yourself, who
ice
would win?
sheet, up to 4.8 kilometres thick in some places. In fact, the ice is so heavy that it's even pushed some of the land below sea level. This truly is a frozen wilderness. Temperatures here can reach as low as minus 89 degrees Celsius, as measured in Vostok in July 1983.
If my clones could fight.
At the time of recording, that still holds the record for the lowest temperature recorded by a weather
Maybe you'll
station
knock each
on
other out.
Earth. Although satellite observations suggest the
Or
actual
you'll just go have
temperature
a
on
beer.
Antarctica could drop to as low as minus 98 degrees Celsius. But unlike any other continent on the planet, Antarctica doesn't actually belong to anyone. Antarctica has the bizarre accolade of being one of, if not the only place on Earth that world leaders agreed
The
on.
ancient maps
sort of.
and all the Nazi stuff as well.
In
Oh,
1820,
yeah, dude.
either
You
a
can go down
British
huge
vessel under
rabbit
the
hole
command
with
of
that
Edward
stuff.
Bransfield,
Yeah, absolutely.
or 3
And then
days
get into
earlier,
the
a
conspiracy
Russian
theories
vessel
and
captured
start
by
freaking
Fabian von
connecting the dots.
Bellingshausen first saw Antarctica, depending on which historical account you believe. A year later, in 1821, American seal hunter John Davis claimed to be the first person to have landed on the continent, which is a claim not fully backed up by historians, but we'll go with it. Back in these times, think of the rush to Antarctica as our sort of modern equivalent of a space race. Countries were trying to outdo each other and fund more and more expensive trips to new frontiers to try and uncover what or who might be hiding there to gain a political or strategic advantage. Sound familiar? By virtue of a series of expeditions funded by different countries early in the 20th century, Antarctica is also in the unique position of having several claims to different sections of it.
Well, if you
For example,
would think
the UK
exactly
made
the
a claim
same, you would be
comprising
able
a
to counter
sector of
every
the
single shot,
Antarctic
technically.
south of roughly latitude
That's
60
right.
degrees south between longitudes 20 degrees west and 80 degrees west.
So
Not to be
then,
outdone.
then ND, you would win. Guaranteed.
Australia made the largest of all the claims, equivalent to 42% of the entire continent. That's nearly 6 million kilometers squared. Meanwhile, Argentina, Antarctica's closest neighbor, only has 1.5 million square kilometers. Now, whilst all of that sounds impressive, it doesn't actually mean anything. Today, all claims to land on Antarctica are held in
They had the
abeyance,
expedition to
which
the pole
essentially
back
means
in the day
they
and
do
died from polar
exist,
bear
but
liver.
are
Yeah, you're
neither
right.
recognized.
Polar bear livers got super high levels of vitamin A and iron, too much. But if I know how to counter every single shot, I know that I have to switch it up to confuse him. But then again, he would as well. That's right. Are we searching for weapons before the spectacle? We're looking. Are we searched for weapons before the spectacle? Yeah, yes, of course. Both of you are. You and you.
Recognized nor disputed internationally, which, yes, is as confusing as it sounds, and means the claims
So
are
both of you are.
essentially useless. And amazingly, there is actually still one piece of this giant political pie that remains unclaimed, and by default, therefore, is the largest piece of unclaimed land in the world. Marie Byrd Land is entirely desolate, barring a US abandoned research base. So, despite the best efforts of all those countries to get a piece of the pie, Antarctica is instead governed by a group of countries bound together by the Antarctic Treaty. Established in 1959,
Good question.
the treaty ensures the continent is used for
We're both
peaceful
going to pick
purposes.
up rocks and shit. I know
Ultimately,
me.
different countries have different political
That would
agendas,
be.
and so the sharing of information.
Yeah, but you know, your clone will look for a weapon, so the smartest move would be to get him before he can get to the weapon. But he already knows you're going to do that.
Wasn't always
So you might as well
clear.
just have a beer.
And in the absence of unified scientific data, conspiracy has
Then get him
thrived.
drunker than you.
You know what conspiracy theory I've been thinking about today? Why don't I VPN
Jump
to
in.
Antarctica? I mean, that is genius, isn't it? Here's a quick message from today's sponsor, CyberGhost VPN. I'm sure if you spend a lot of time online, you've heard of VPNs by now, but what do they actually do? Well,
Yeah,
in
what do
simple
they
terms,
actually
a
do?
VPN encrypts your internet traffic and hides your IP address, helping
From who?
protect your data and keep
Who
your
do they
browsing
hide your IP
private.
address
The truth
from?
is that plenty of eyes can track your online activity, including your internet provider, workplace, or school networks. They can even do it on public Wi-Fi. With over 38 million users worldwide and more than 20,000 excellent reviews on Trustpilot, CyberGhost is one of the most
You're
trusted
doubling your
VPN
own
services
medical
out
bills.
there.
That's
It is
right, you're
brilliant.
doubling
With
your own
just
medical
one
bills.
click, you can connect to
Big
one of their
vitamin.
servers in over 100 countries, encrypting your traffic and keeping your online activity private. My favorite thing about it is I can unlock geo-restricted content in other countries.
That's about
by
all you can do.
changing my virtual location.
Imagine
I
when
can
you were
access
sitting in the
games and
bar and your
shows from
clone
over
lies
40
to you, and you can read it easily because he's you. A beer will always end in a brawl. Yep, you would definitely hate yourself.
different streaming platforms, including Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney+. It works across all major devices like Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS, and one subscription protects up to 7 devices at once. So you can have your phone, laptop, tablet, and whatever else you want. And here's the good news for you right now. You can get CyberGhost for just $2.03 per month, plus 4 months free. That's a bonkers 84%
And then you're going to use
off.
the
And it
same
even
excuse to
comes
try to
with a
justify the lie.
45-day money-back guarantee. How awesome is that?
Maybe
To
you
take
realize how
advantage
dumb
of this
this is
incredible
and get
offer, check out
tacos
the
with
link
yourself.
in the
That's
description.
that's what
Help
I was
support the channel
thinking
and lets
too.
us
I was
keep
thinking
making
too. Why the
videos
3
just-
cents? Why not just round it down? You better never meet yourself. That's true. Then you'll know how you truly are.
It's like this one. Let's address the biggest of all those rumors first. That the Nazis had a secret base in Antarctica.
Here we go.
Okay, spoiler alert here. There is absolutely no evidence of a secret Nazi base on Antarctica, but...
Right,
but
because it's
there is
secret.
historical
Because
evidence.
it's secret. Oh, definitely.
Of them visiting Antarctica, and that's pretty interesting. Hitler had a grand vision for his new Germany, a country at the forefront of world conquest, with an empire that rivaled Britain, France, and the United States in terms of global reach. In the late 1930s, whale oil was still a vital resource for making explosives, greasing machines, and, of course, feeding people. A whaling base in the Southern Ocean would be therefore an important strategic position, particularly for a nation planning to start a war. And so,
Whale
a little-known
oil,
German
beef.
expedition to Antarctica was
Yeah, they
ordered,
didn't have
that
gold
took place
stashes
over
either,
4
fools. We
months
got
from
them
December
beating them. They were in
1938
research and
to
aliens and all
April
type of crazy shit. They were.
1939
They absolutely
on
were.
a ship called the MS Schwabenland.
They
with a
were
crew
all,
comprising
listen, they
meteorologists,
were on
biologists,
such high doses of meth. That shit, dude,
geologists, and aerial photographers. The mission's main aim was to investigate the biology, geography, and oceanography of the area, and while they were there, claim an area for the Nazis. The Schwabenland was equipped with a steam catapult and 2 Dornier Do J Val flying boat seaplanes, which were used to make a photographic survey of some 600,000 square kilometers with
I've seen that Indiana Jones
16,000
documentary,
photographs.
and I know that shit we're
They
getting
were able to
into.
map a large area, and some of the German names they gave
Bubba.
to these geographic features still appear on maps to this day. That land was eventually claimed by Germany in August 1939 as New Schwabenland, or New Schwabia. The team even caught some penguins whilst they were there, which incredibly did in fact make it back to Germany and ended up in the Berlin Zoological Garden. Their presence on Antarctica was short-lived, however, with the outbreak of war preventing 2 further planned expeditions, and therefore no
But we
secret
gangsters, we
Nazi
beat their
base.
ass, stole their
So where did the
scientists,
rumours of
made
a
NASA,
hidden German
and
ice
stole their jet
fortress
designs.
actually come from?
Yeah.
Well, this
and Bayer Pharmaceuticals,
great land hadn't
who
been forgotten.
bought
Flash forward to the end of the war,
Roundup,
and on the morning of the
glyphosate
10th
from
of July
Monsanto.
1945, a German U-boat arrived at the Argentine naval base at Mar del Plata, near Buenos Aires, 2 months after the Germans' surrender on the 8th of May 1945. Rumours spread that the boat had brought Hitler and some of his high-ranking Nazi officials to Antarctica. And a week later, a Hungarian journalist in Argentina, Ladislas Sabo, wrote a very detailed account in a local newspaper about how Hitler and his crew had escaped Germany. The story caught on, fueled by the arrival of another U-boat in August 1945. Now, despite all members being interrogated and with no sign of Hitler on board, our journalist friend published a book 2 years later titled Hitler is Alive, et voila. Essentially, the
There you
book
go.
claimed a base
How they
had
still
been
have
built between
influence. Look at this shit.
1938
Yes,
and
right.
1939, around the
Abso-freaking-lutely.
time of the first
Yeah.
expedition we mentioned above.
Argentina.
Like
Nazi
any
links,
good
yep.
tale, the story
Yep.
gained momentum. There were
It
more
goes
books,
deep,
more
brother.
submarines,
It
more
goes
drama,
deep.
and now we're sitting here in 2026 still talking about it. While the Germans were not active in Antarctica during the war, the British were. From early 1944, Great Britain occupied parts of the region, claiming they were there to obtain information about German shipping raiders and U-boats under Operation Tabarin. During this time, there was some good news for science. A lot of data was collected, and after the war, work continued as the Falkland Islands Dependency Survey, which later became the British Antarctic Survey. Now, that's important. We'll come back to that. Now, this isn't a history video, okay, so I'll wrap this up nice and quickly, but soon after the war, the United States got
still have
involved
blind-
too,
blind
launching
hair,
Operations High Jump and
blue-eyed-
Windmill
blonde
between
hair, blue-eyed kids in
1946 and
Argentina.
1948.
Yeah, I do too.
This was
I
the
do too.
largest
What up,
ever
dog?
US
Boo!
Navy group to go to Antarctica, and it consisted of 4,500 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft. The main purpose was to prepare for and practice techniques for cold weather warfare in polar conditions, with of course one eye on Russia. It was primarily a military exercise, but there was some surveying of the electromagnetic, geological, and hydrographical aspects of the physical environment. Okay, one more rumour here to put to bed in amongst the Nazi secret
Uh-huh.
base theory: nuclear testing. There were 3 nuclear explosions conducted by the US in a classified operation codenamed Operation Argus. These weren't reported until the 1960s, and still today, not much is really known about them as a hangover from the Cold War. But when you add a huge US troop presence to a bunch of secret nukes going off, it's not entirely surprising that some people would connect them to produce a large German base existing in Antarctica. Now, no exploration of Antarctica lore would be complete without UFOs and shadowy governments. What a combo. So yes, we are digging into that conspiracy too. Over the years, various photos and videos have purported to show flying saucers over Antarctic skies or mysterious objects buried in the snow. I mean, one viral claim in the 2010s revolved around a Google Earth snapshot from South Georgia Island, near Antarctica, that appeared to show a long skid mark ending in a sort of strange oval shape. Internet sleuths, of course, speculated it was a crashed alien spacecraft half buried in the glacier. But then along came glaciologist Richard Waller. And it turns out our UFO was actually something equally dramatic, to a glaciologist at least, the aftermath of a massive avalanche. The flying saucer was nothing more than a gigantic block of ice that broke off and slid, carving a trail in the snow. An event not common in steep glacial areas.
Most Argentinians are descended from Europe,
these
specifically
UFO
Italy and
sightings
Spain, but others
is the
as
notion
well.
of a
In
forbidden
other words,
sector
most
of
people in
Antarctica,
Argentina are away,
a no-go
Yeah,
zone
there's also
enforced by
a
shadowy
lot of a good hunk of German ancestry there now too. That's where a lot of the damn it, not Ancestry.com. What's the one? 23andMe data. Where's the rest of the avalanche? It went to the left and to the right. It was just one piece of ice.
authorities to conceal big
mini
secrets.
What I break?
Think sort of Frozen Area 51 vibes.
What's going on here?
Conspiracy theorists often point to the Antarctic Treaty
they went over there and
as
started
evidence,
smashing local women, dude.
saying that
Eagles and
because
war,
no one owns Antarctica and ordinary people are restricted,
No audio.
they must be doing something.
No audio.
Sorry to burst the bubble, but there are no
14 minutes in.
ice that broke off and slid, carving a trail in the
Just
snow.
one suicide
An
ice cube,
event
right?
not
Yep.
common in steep
Just
glacial areas. Alongside these UFO sightings is the
It
notion
does
of
look
a
like it's from
forbidden
whatever this stuff up
sector
here
of
is.
Antarctica,
Because these have the same
a
kind of shape.
no-go zone enforced by shadowy authorities. Think sort of Frozen Area 51 vibes. Conspiracy theorists often point to the
See, Russia
Antarctic
claims they
Treaty
found off, and
as
we believe it like
evidence,
tards.
saying
Didn't
that
pop itself in a
because
bunker.
no
Yeah.
one owns a gigantic block of ice that broke off and slid.
Right, like so it looks like this stuff up here, you see like these spikes up here? It looks like that right there. Like it looks like it came from this area right here. Like nothing else looks like has like this type of layout, this type of texture all over all of this. And then this came out just like perfectly straight. They're hiding aliens. Mr. Palad, you know it. What up, Crying Fish? Did you get your stuff, brother? Did you get your stuff? Bam.
Carving a trail in the snow, an event not common in steep glacial areas. Alongside these UFO sightings is the notion of a forbidden sector of Antarctica, a no-go zone enforced by shadowy authorities to conceal big secrets. Think sort of Frozen Area 51 vibes. Conspiracy theorists often point to the Antarctic Treaty as evidence, saying that because no one owns Antarctica and ordinary people are restricted, they must be hiding something. Sorry to burst the bubble, but there are no secret police patrolling an Antarctic Area 51, and no reports of ET under the ice. Yes, certain areas are logistically off limits to tourists or require permits for safety and conservation reasons, but I mean, you and I could literally go to Antarctica tomorrow if we wanted to, and if someone else footed the bill. If that's left you feeling slightly unsatisfied, then you might be happy to hear there is still one unexplained phenomena in Antarctica, and it lies in cosmic particles. Between 2016 and 2018, NASA's Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna,
stepfather. Hey,
picked
look.
up strange...
They know we aren't alone. Anyone can think logically knows we aren't alone. Why do they hide fear of uprising, fear of unliving? Yeah. I still know Jesus was real. Now he's from the solar systems. Yeah.
radio pulses.
If you listen to what's
Antarctica
his face
is the
said,
perfect
what,
place.
What's his name? The vice president, J.D. Vance, said they were angels and demons.
For such
or what we think of as angels and demons.
Yes, because as we've established, it is vast. But more than that, the ice sheets act like a sort of giant detection medium for radio signals from cosmic particles, while the continent's extreme cold, dry air and isolation from human radio noise minimize interference, allowing ANITA to detect signals from space that bounce off the ice. They use balloons to lift detection instruments more than 25 miles above the icy continent in an attempt to identify neutrinos, high-energy cosmic particles that are abundant throughout the universe.
If I knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. Like maybe heaven is their solar system type shit. Right. I mean, right.
Now, these neutrinos can pass through many types of matter, even the plasma of stars, and remain unchanged. As such, they are incredibly difficult to detect. So difficult, in fact, they've been nicknamed ghost particles. When they are detected, they do something pretty impressive, according to Professor Stephanie Vissel.
Look at that, landed right there on her face. Right there. See that? Look at that. Right there. Big old freaking... Holy moly. Sorry. That's a big old mole. Mully. Sorry. All right. My bad. Mully. All right.
Physicist from Penn State University. She explained that they can reveal information about the nature of a cosmic event that took place light years away. And as they don't interact with much of anything,
hey,
in theory,
bam! Thank you, ND, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, my friend. Bam. ND making it happen. Bam. I still hit it after a few drinks. Chicken. Bam. Thank you, my brother. Boom. Just a couple of chicken heads. There we go. Thank you, brother.
Be able to trace their direction of travel backward to their point of origin. Mind blown. What puzzled scientists in this case, however, was that these strange signals appeared to come from far below the horizon, suggesting that they had passed through thousands of miles of rock before reaching the detector, which was strange, because the radio waves should have been absorbed by the rock. The ANITA team believed these anomalous signals could not be explained by the current understanding of particle physics. Now, this naturally led some to assume that they therefore must be from outside our planet. So perplexing were these signals that a 2025 study comprising 15 years of ANITA data and featuring literally hundreds of scientists was arranged to try and explain what was going on. Two methods were deployed by the team. The first tried to find high-energy particles by tracking their interaction with water in tanks on Earth. The second method looked for particle interactions with ultraviolet light, high in the atmosphere. But they found nothing. The study concluded that the signals detected by ANITA in the end could not have been caused by neutrinos, thus characterizing them as anomalous, or in other words, totally not normal. Ultimately, scientists are still not sure today what exactly caused the strange radio pulses, but they did find something. Finally, after 60 years of investigation by planes, satellite imagery, and even dog-drawn sleds,
you talking about? Give B2B some chicken heads. Hook a brother up. Hold on, let me set this up real quick. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I broke something. Oh, okay. Wait, fine. Never mind. Bam. Bam. Always, broski. Give him some chicken heads.
The real picture of Antarctica has slowly but surely crystallized. At its thickest point, nearly 5 kilometers, simply drilling down into the ice even today presents huge logistical challenges, let alone in the decades before. Indeed, it's widely accepted that we know more about Mars than what's below the ice sheet here. So rather than drilling through it,
we know more about Mars than what's below the ice sheets. Yeah, B2B, got the B2B. Thank you, ND.
That we've obtained information thus far has been by flying planes over it and sending radio waves down to the ice below to analyze the way the waves echo back up on the plane. Radio echo sounding.
Radio echo sounding.
I tell you what, I do not envy those pilots having to fly up and down over 14,000 kilometers squared in those tiny little recon planes. As you might imagine, the information was slow to come in, and at best, we mapped only about 10% of the landmass. Nevertheless, despite the laborious man-hours, it did yield some results. The first clues came when a Russian pilot flying over East Antarctica noticed an oddly flat, smooth stretch of ice near the Soviet Vostok station. A hint that something uniform...
They probably melted it, bombed it, and melted it flat. Bam. Bam. B2B. Andy the goat. Andy the goat.
Beneath.
Andy got that Denmark money.
For satellite and airborne radar instruments capable of peering through the ice confirm the existence of a vast lake under the station, at least 15 million years old. Its waters have been in the dark since long before early humans, even before our earliest ape-like ancestors walked the earth. At a whopping 15,000 square kilometers in size and depths reaching more than 800 meters, Lake Vostok is similar in size to Lake Ontario in North America. It is a monster. This discovery electrified the scientific community. Here was an untouched aquatic ecosystem sealed away in freezing darkness for eons.
Bomb to the bomb.
It took years of planning and drilling through more than 12,000 feet of ice. But in 2012, Russian scientists finally broke through to Lake Vostok's waters. They carefully sampled the lake, making sure not to...
So I heard that in Lake Vostok, they got bacteria from out of that water, and I heard that they injected it into somebody, or one of the Soviet researchers injected it into himself.
Contaminate this pristine environment.
Because he thought that it would make him live forever.
And what they found was astounding. They found life. DNA from more than 3,500 organisms, including bacteria and even hints of larger life forms. Most were extremophiles, microbes that thrive in harsh environments, some similar to species found in deep oceans or even in fish digestive tracts. The presence of marine-like DNA suggests that at some distant time in the past, maybe 15 to 20 million years ago, Lake Vostok or its predecessors might have even had a connection to the ocean. Today,
me see what
cut
it looks
off
like
from
on
the
screen.
outside
I don't know what it
world,
looks like.
any life in Vostok ekes out an existence likely by chemosynthesis, deriving energy from chemicals in rocks or hydrothermal vents, much like life deep under the sea. Researchers even speculate hydrothermal vents might be present on the lake floor, nurturing life as they do in our oceans. And Lake Vostok was just the tip of the iceberg.
There we go.
Using these traditional methods of searching, scientists have identified over 400 subglacial lakes across the continent. These lakes aren't static pools either. Recent satellite observations show that some of them fill and drain periodically under the ice, forming a sort of invisible plumbing system. Each of these isolated lakes is a potential incubator of microbial life and holds clues to Antarctica's.
And I think God, Jesus is like a person who created us like a Minecraft server. Am I crazy? Hey, brother, listen, I use that same thing to teach people. I use that same thing to teach people how like if you think about the Minecraft server I've got running here, I created that server. And so people are in the server. When I log into the server, that's like Jesus being in the server. That's a representative of me as the character in the game. And then I can chat to them on screen, and that's like the Holy Spirit. So you have the Father, then you have me playing the game is the Son, and then the communication is the Holy Spirit. It's daytime robbery. All right, let's see what Wackadoodle's got. That's how I explain the Trinity to people. Oops. What am I doing? Okay, yeah. Jeez, dude. What is this freaking guy doing? There ain't no way I'm getting my eyeballs tattooed.
Your eyeballs tattooed, why didn't you just get contacts? For those of you that don't know, my eyeballs are tattooed. And yes, it's permanent. These contacts actually are painful if you leave them in for a long period of time. When I have my eyeballs permanently tattooed like this, I actually don't feel anything, and I still have 20/20 vision because I got it done by the inventor of the process. His name is Luna Cobra. And when you have your eyeballs tattooed, it's only uncomfortable for 4 days of healing. And obviously the 30 minutes each eye it took to get done. And I still have 20/20 vision.
There ain't no way I'm getting my eyeballs tattooed.
Instead of getting your eyeball.
Jesus. Right, I started the I started the GitHub here. So I'll have oops, there it goes. I'll have everything uploaded tomorrow. I got a lot of shit to do today and last night, but yeah, so I got it started. I'll have it for you tomorrow, brother. How you doing? This is the first kind of dude that gets smashed in lockup. Christian homie, send me the invite link. Or yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah. Yep. I'm just letting you know I'm slow, but I'm working on it. I got it happening. Space crabs from outer space. Only the best game created by the 110th grade community. All right, my bad. So I'm working on it. I ain't forget you.
Climatic past.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get any either.
Plans are underway to explore more of them, such as Lake Ellsworth, with sterile drills and underwater robots. It's a cautious frontier science. Humans.
When he lives in your dreams, I'll be dreaming about Sabrina Carpenter giving me the ride of lifetime. Yeah, and I'll be thinking about some dude's freaking tattooed eyes. No, I'm retarded. It's different.
Into one of Earth's last uncharted ecosystems, right under our feet,
I'm actually slow
and
when
it gets
comes to
bigger
text.
still.
I've got to get it done right. Well. So I mean, I got a lot of shit to do throughout the day and everything. And then when I finally had time to sit down and start working on it, it was like 5 o'clock. So I got it done to get on stream by 6. So I only had like an hour, and did a bunch of wackadoos. But yeah. I'm gonna have a nightmare. I'm an eyeball boy smashing Sabrina Carpenter on the 3-way.
If the notion of a hidden world beneath Antarctica still intrigues you, consider this. A whole mountain range, as tall and expansive as the Alps, lies entombed under East Antarctica's ice sheet. These are the Gamburtsev subglacial mountains, often nicknamed the Ghost Mountains because no human eye has ever seen them. Only our instruments know they're there.
Only our instruments.
Discovered inadvertently by a Soviet seismic survey in 1958, the Gamburtsevs were a true enigma. The Russian scientists were astonished. Their seismometers, echoing through the ice, revealed jagged peaks and valleys where they expected flat, ancient bedrock. Finding mountains preserved under a 3-kilometre thick ice cap was like finding a dinosaur alive in your backyard. Normally, over millions of years, erosion would grind down such old mountains into hills, but the ice has protected them like a time capsule. An entire alpine chain, roughly 750 kilometers long and 2,500 to 3,000 meters high, was completely hidden under the ice. Think about it like this, right? We have samples of the moon, but none of the Gamburtsevs. Spurred on by discoveries like this, in 2025, scientists hit the motherlode. They embarked on the largest ever mapping of Antarctica's bedrock, ice thickness and surface topography, and the hidden structures it revealed surpass any of those conspiracy theories. Incorporating 82 million data points, BedMap 3, as the name suggests, is the third attempt by the British Antarctic Survey, I told you we'd come back to them, to draw a picture of Antarctica's rock bed that began in 2001. This new effort, however, represents a dramatic refinement and includes more than
we hear that the magnetic poles shift and move. Imagine if what happens is, like, about Noah's flood, right? Okay, so imagine this. The polar caps start to melt. We get the big flood, like Noah's flood-esque. And then as the poles change, now the ice freezes. Instead of on the top and the bottom of the globe, it's to the east and the west. And the weight of the ice slowly over thousands of years rotates it back up to like this. And then it melts and then freezes. And then rotates and then melts and then freezes and then rotates. So the Earth is, and then that's why it would make sense that we have some data saying that the magnetic poles were different before because it would have rotated over time. We could, if they wanted samples and had funding, it would happen. It's just what we have about space exploration, right? Because we can't sell real estate in Antarctica. We can't. How are they going to profit off of it? They're just going to sell science textbooks and papers. They're not. That's the only thing it's worth is science money and education money. They're not going to be able to put businesses and shit there. And that's the problem. That's why nobody cares about it. There's no infrastructure. And that's the thing about Mars is that's what they want to do. They want people to pay for that. People aren't going to go live in Antarctica. You can't take billionaires to say, hey, I want a beach house in Antarctica. They won't do it, but they'll say, hey, I want one of the first houses on Mars. All right. Oh, right. Yeah. That's a good point. I read that too. It's expensive to drill for oil. Yeah. Like you have to get through all that ice before you get to the rock. Like 2 kilometers of ice in some places, yeah. What up, the core, brother? Dun, dun, dun.
Double the number of previous data points, rendered on a 500-meter grid spacing. This map has rewritten even the little we thought we already knew. It shows a clear view of the icy continent, as though it's 27.
What is that? What continent does that look like to you? That looks like frickin' Australia. Yeah. It looks like Australia. So, like, this just moves to where Australia is now, and then the ice caps. Yeah, it looks like Australia, right? Yeah.
7 million cubic kilometers of ice have been removed, revealing unseen hidden locations of the tallest mountains in the deepest canyons.
I always wondered why I can't scroll further to the top of Greenland on Google Maps. Dun, 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 dun. Has your government asked you to link your identity? No. No. We can't have. So we have to link our social security number, which I guess you can consider to be the same thing. But you can also start a business and then use your business number, your business's identity number. So we've been doing that for a long time, but we don't have like a social ID yet. And then all the ice melts and every day. Hold on. The ice melts and every animal is highly dangerous and wants to unalive you. Yep, right. Are you given some sort of digital? No. We don't have a digital identity. No. I know academic disciplines do agree. There's evidence that there were at least 2 major world floodings, 3 prehistoric times. Brother, listen. I don't disbelieve the biblical records of the floods. And dude, if you are really interested in that, when you listen to secular science, it'll say that it's all foolishness. They'll say that if you ask the Bible scholars, that they'll just say, "Oh, God did it." But then if you ask the university like Oxford and stuff like that, they're doing freaking hard cellular DNA science too. They're not just saying, "Oh, God made it, so we don't have to look into it." And you look at what because they're taking the same evidence, just drawing different conclusions, and that's the problem with that. So if you look at like how things could be made, and they paid millions of dollars and had done experiments, recreated, there is so much interesting stuff. I 100% think that there was a global flood. When you look at the Cambrian explosion, how in the fossil record it's like nothing, everything. Like why? Why don't we have nothing? It just showed up. And that would make sense that if there was a massive flood, everything that would have been land-based and drowned would all be in one solid layer. And our coal layer is in the same layer. There's no coal below it and no coal above it. And there's not just those two. There's thousands of other things, but it's really, really freaking cool. A lot of people will put more energy into stealing your ideas than energy to making their own. 100%. Yep, that's what we were talking about. Yeah. We have a unique identity number giving us its link to everything. Yeah, that's crazy. The whole point of Real ID is to have a physical identity in order to connect us individuals. Digital identity. Look at Europe. Yeah. To protect the kids while they're not protecting the kids. There's proof of the floods, like huge amounts of erosion. No, there's a lot. Dude, listen, and there's vertical, still standing, fossilized trees. And if it took 100,000 years to bury that tree, it wouldn't have stood for 100,000 years while the layers built up slowly. So it had to happen in a big, and it's all over the world. So there had to have been a very huge flood. You have to conceptually have a national ID before virtual ID. And so that's why they're forcing us all to get Real ID. And this is the problem. There's never a decisive explanation. The egos come into play. I agree. They want to be able to take all the money and have control of all the money. They don't really care about controlling us. They want to control the money that we make. We are the slaves. They are the slave owners. They want to make sure that they know what their slaves are doing at all times and what money they're making so they can get their cut. For sure, they could give two shits about protecting anyone. Yeah, they don't care. So the Big Bang Theory are legitimate. Okay, so we don't know, right? So it looks like it. So we know that everything is moving apart from each other radially. We know that. We know that for sure. That's a given. That's done. All right. So then if you rewind time, it does all come back to a single point. Right? So, but that's not the only theory of creation. Even Einstein came up with a cosmological constant because he didn't believe when he didn't believe in God, he believed that the universe has always been. And then when he met Hubble and he found out about the expansion of the universe, he was like, oops, and he calls it his biggest blunder. Einstein's biggest blunder. Einstein's greatest blunder is the cosmological constant to his general theory of relativity in 1916. He added his fudge factor so he could create a static universe, a universe that has always been and everything. He thought everything just stayed in its area forever. Okay? Then he found out he abandoned the constant, calling it his biggest mistake. I mean, I totally agree. I think the Nephilim existed too. It looks like I'll troll UFO with you. Orders of B12 coming tomorrow. All right, brother Michael. Time to get healthy, my friend. Every info related to your finances is on their radar. Yes, yep. Yeah, good, brother. Good, Michael. Good to hear it, man. Listen. It's a good thing that you're doing something. You be your doctor, and unless you need one. We need to start teaching our children that when there's something wrong, we need to do our best to fix it before we pay somebody else to fix it. You mean that the universe is expanding at the speed of light, so time dilation? No. So Einstein believed in what was called steady state theory. He thought the universe was just always there, and it was everything just stayed there. He didn't know things were moving apart. He didn't know that until he met Hubble and looked at Hubble's data showing that everywhere you look in the sky, things are all moving apart from each other, which means that everything's going out like that away. So he thought it always just went, because he didn't have any data on it. But yeah, not the speed of light, not the time dilation thing. He just thought, so he had to add a cosmological constant, a fudge factor, a number that he came up with that would make the universe all stay still. I mean, he knew things were circling each other, but he didn't think that there was a big bang. He thought it's always had been here. So he didn't know everything was moving apart. So then when he learned that, then he's like, oops, that number's wrong. I just wanted my equations to work, and my equations were off by this number. So I put this cosmological constant in to make all of my equations work. But yeah, and then he took it back. Hubble literally shows everything from the past. The only way to see future would be to gather photograph evidence from black hole horizon. My biggest mistake has faked. It describes dark energy now. Einstein's cosmological constant automatically describes the percentage of the mass of the universe that accounts dark energy. Mass equates to energy. We can have an answer for a how, but not for why, right? It's hard for us to even wrap our heads around time dilation because we are three-dimensional people. Yep. He called it his greatest blunder, but it turns out that the measurement described the amount of dark energy. Right. But the reason that he did is because his original equations allowed for his original field equations already allowed for an expanding universe by observation. Irony. Modern physics has brought constant back to dark energy, the force driving the acceleration of the universe, meaning his blunder was actually valid. But his views. Initially, he predicted an expanding or contracting universe. He did not believe in an expanding or contracting universe. He believed that the universe to be static. He inserted the cosmological constant to force a static, stable solution. After Hubble found that the distant galaxies were moving away, proving expansion, the constant was discarded until it was later realized. But the point being, the reason he needed that is because he thought that the universe was always there. That at his time, right? So, but the mass of the universe and the sense of dark matter still works. But it's still. The point is, he when he was doing all his equations, that was coming from the point of view of the universe always having been. And that's why I believe simulations, a game, can be eternal. So our universe, and just our universe. Quick question. Yeah. My mom has been a nurse for 15 years, and I would always find ways to make sure I don't go to the doctor. I'd cut my knuckle on a piece of dirty glass one time, and I didn't go because she taught me to clean it myself. So what subjects do I read to understand more of this? Is quantum physics or mechanics? So quantum physics is falling apart. Quantum physics and string theory, you don't really need quantum physics. Study the basics of the basic physical building blocks, the building blocks of the standard physics, like general relativity, and you'll know a lot about everything, and you'll be able. The thing is to learn how to learn, not what to learn. Yeah, I'll ask the creator when I go. Until then, I accept the things I can explain. Yeah. Listen to B2B being logical. Normally I laugh at Will Dix's stupid shit. I have read about the mirror experiment. I'm thinking about it. Why am I getting weird though if some of the evil will lurk? Yeah, in mirrors, all of us have those theories sometimes. He may not have the full picture, but he discovered an integral part of understanding the universe. He did not know. Yes, I agree. No, I agree. I'm not saying he was dumb. I'm just saying that like even brilliant people can be wrong, and that's why his equations needed that fudge factor, because the universe is expanding. But what is making it expand is, in bringing his equation back in, would be the dark matter. It almost appears like things are being pulled towards dark matter. I'm sorry, being pushed away from the dark matter. So it makes sense in the equations, but his steady state universe was incorrect, right? So quantum mechanics then. Yeah, it's a great thing to learn. Listen, anything that you have a current interest in getting digested, learn whatever you can. But quantum mechanics is a good thing to get into. You want to learn how the world works on small. If you learn how it works on the smallest scale, it also works on the largest scale, almost the same. Quantum physics is just our human brains trying to make sense of it. You better know we don't know. And this is a big problem too, because not everybody has access to it, right? It's theory. It's theory. Dark matter and unseen physics, we don't know it, right? And we can't test dark matter. Here's another problem, Raid. We can't go get dark matter and bring it to the lab and say this is what it is. We don't even know if it actually exists. Like, we don't know what it contains, what it's made out of. We don't know if light speeds up or slows down inside of it. There's also people working on the theory of the speed of light because they think that light may speed up in dark matter. It's crazy. When it comes to it's an amazing thing that he had to make it up. It turned out to be directly described on the physical phenomenon. Right. When it comes because he was trying to do a theory of everything, so he needed the math to make it work, but they didn't have any evidence for it. It's 1917, yeah. It's the most expensive object on Earth. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It pinpointed the single thickest point of ice in Antarctica, in an unnamed canyon
my
in
most
Wilkes
important
Land,
thing
East
to learn
Antarctica,
is how my body
where the ice
works.
reaches a depth of
Because it doesn't really matter to me to know what happened 5,000 years ago or what's a light year away. Like, I want to make sure that I can help me and people that are on this planet at this time the best that I can. We will never know. I mean, fully true. Our brains can't comprehend that. I agree. And the thing is, everything is assumptions. You look at data from a sensor and you say, this is probably what this is, or this is what this could be, because we can't go out there to test it. $4,700 meters is insane. Yep. Uh-oh.
Rich is short for Richard, then Liz would be short
Lizard.
for...
Lizard.
No.
Elizabeth.
Why do you think?
Why wouldn't we?
It would be short for Elizabeth.
Duh.
It's because it's not lizard.
What?
So if Jill is short for Jillian, then Bill would be short for...
Billions!
No.
Wackadoodle. You are helping
It would be
Rich
short
by
for
being yourself
William.
and worrying about vitamin deficiencies, but this universe stuff. Yeah, no, I agree.
So if Nick is short for
Dickless.
Nicholas, then Dick would be short for...
Dickless.
No.
You gotta stop telling him no.
Why would you think? It would be short for Richard. You know, see how?
Richard.
It's because that's why.
Alright.
Yeah, it's like interfering into other element exists because patterns on the table elements, but there has been actual proof an element discovered. It's all leisure reading, Rich. Post 40, it's nothing much anything exaggerates with life, but the bubble I live in, and by that I mean the pump ground alcohol. Understood. Yeah. My new name is Dick. On a quantum scale, the Higgs boson is a good example. Scientists knew something that out there for decades, but it took decades for it to be proven at CERN. Dickless. Yeah, because the math makes sense. The math makes sense. When you say there's this much energy here, there's this much mass here, and we have this, and that, but how does it get mass? How does it get mass? Well, there's something missing. Well, that missing thing, there's something missing that should weigh this to make this weigh what it should, to make this. We know how much it weighs, and we know what it's made out of for the most part. There's these pieces, but when you weigh those pieces separately, we're missing a little bit of weight. And then so Mr. Higgs said, well, that is probably the field boson that gives it its weight. And then come to find out, they found it. Do you recall being without a pecker?
4,757
true, and in
meters.
most theories, the keystone is a mystery.
Critically, this new
This
map
is what
will
we need to teach kids too, because too many kids think what they hear of as theories are the truth.
also help
And
researchers
they
figure
take
out
it as
how Antarctica might respond to warming temperatures. And that news is alarming. Peter Fretwell, mapping specialist and co-author at BASS, said that in general the ice is thicker than we first thought, which, although may sound positive, might have significant ramifications for global sea level rise. Because the map also revealed a larger volume of ice that is grounded on a rock bed sitting below sea level, this actually puts the ice at greater risk of melting due to the incursion of warm ocean water that's occurring at the fringes of the continent. Essentially, what BEDMAP 3 is showing us is that we've got a far more vulnerable Antarctica than we previously thought. Just months later, in July 2025, the European Space Agency also revealed their findings to the world. Thanks to a decade of data from the Cryosat satellite, researchers were able to identify 85 previously unknown lakes several kilometers under the frozen surface surrounding the South Pole, increasing the known population of active subglacial lakes by more than half, and bringing the total to 231. But 2025 still had
And
one more surprise
knowing
in
what,
store, and it was the
even knowing
biggest
what,
yet. In the Allen Hills of Antarctica,
the money
a
that's being spent to find out what's under the Antarctic ice, you know, it's like, okay, I mean, I understand the chase for knowledge, absolutely, but like what could you guys be working on to save the world? Yep, gravity's just a theory, right? Yeah. I know my place. I'll never comprehend everything. When I pass, I'll ask my creator. I'm just not gonna go matter. No, understood. Yeah, we have no explanation of how it works. Right. We don't even know what a thought is. We don't know what a thought is. Like, we can't tell you what atoms and molecules make up a thought. We have no idea. Hey, Dick, do you recall the time you had a meeting with the president? I never had a meeting with the president. Oh, actually, when I was a kid, I got the Presidential Fitness Award. God knows best, brother. Okay.
Swept region where ancient ice is exposed near the surface. Researchers recently found chunks of ice that are
these
6
people are all
million
being paid.
years
They all
old.
got flown
yes,
there.
6
They're all
million
got
year
that
old
equipment's
ice, the
hundreds
oldest
of thousands
ice
of
ever
millions of
directly
dollars.
dated on Earth. Back when that ice formed, Earth's
damn
climate
it, boy,
was
I done
warmer,
got
sea
deep
levels
tonight
were
with that
higher, and our
bullshit and all
planet
that.
was
Yep,
teeming with
exactly,
now
and that's why
extinct
they
animals
released
like
on something,
saber-toothed cats
as
and
experimental
early
for
species
years
of
for funding.
mammoths
Right,
roaming
right,
elsewhere.
Right, it's absolutely for funding. That's how it works. And then if they say, like, this is why the whole God thing in science doesn't make any sense. Because they'll say, look, God doesn't exist. I've almost got proof. Give me more money and more time and I'll prove it. Oh, I'm almost there. We've almost got it. I can almost make a living cell. Give me a couple $1 million more in a couple more years. And it's just...
The team analysed oxygen isotopes within the frozen deposits to chart temperature changes over time, revealing a regional cooling of roughly 12 degrees Celsius across the past 6 million years.
Right. I understand that. I understand the space thing, but the Antarctic stuff, I don't understand the waste. Like, I don't understand. Like, we're not really creating anything new unless they're creating stuff for space. Hypothesis, great. Proof, the ultimate answer. Proof. Chevrotane. You don't? I have a poster of Sabrina Carpenter in my room. Chevrotane. Oh. Let's see if this works. Chevrotane. Oh, wow, look at that little bastard. But it has been established that life on Mars isn't possible with radiation. Yeah, you know. Or life as we know it. I mean, I don't think there's humanoid things, but there might be bacteria or something. I have no idea. I would just be talking shit. Mouse or deer? The Chevrotane mouse deer. Huh? Or mouse deer. Small, even-toed ungulate. Ungulate. That's pretty cool. Couldn't because making money off of funding, destroying shit that would never work. Yeah, what? What did I say? That's a good point. The Earth is going to do what it's going to do no matter what. Right. Too bad she ain't in Playboy. She'll be there. Give her a couple more years.
The first direct measurement of this kind from the Antarctic continent. The samples also capture brief intervals of extreme warmth. As one scientist put it, ice cores are like time machines, letting us glimpse the planet's past beyond anything we've experienced. So what's all the fuss about? Why is this, above all else, so significant? Well, by comparing ancient climate data to today, we gain perspective on how unusual our current climate trajectory really is. In other words, we can see how much we might have messed up. The 6 million year old air bubbles tell us the natural range of greenhouse gases. And
no, I understand. In space, yes, I was talking about in the Arctic, like why they're doing like the reflection stuff and stuff like that. I understand going to search for animals and species and stuff. And I know they're doing it for money, sure. Right. Yeah, they're doing it for money. It's just that the stuff that they come up with, they hijack popular science because they come up with assumptions, and then a bunch of kids for a bunch of years think that's truth. Yeah, I think there's some value in studying Antarctica, but I wouldn't do it in favor of $1 trillion projects. Yeah, I agree.
How the Earth's climate system behaved when CO2 levels and temperatures were different.
See this, like
it
this,
helps
like
scientists
the fucking,
understand the baseline
like
of
the climate change shit. They're getting stuff. They're like, oh, well, we dug down a mile, and it says that if we freaking fart or eat beef, we're all gonna die.
Natural climate change, and thus
While they
how
still
our modern
put
industrial
CO2
era
in
is veering
Coca-Cola.
beyond that. It's both a warning beacon and a guide to the future. And just a few hours, literally before this script was about to go to the editor, more breaking news about Antarctica's secrets came in, starting 2026, where 2025 left off, full of revelations. Using high-resolution satellite data and a novel technique called ice flow perturbation analysis, Helen Ockenden and her team...
Listen, it looks like the crash and the evidence there holds water. Now, whether it's outer space beings, you know, I ain't never seen the evidence. And I think it was just, I think it was just after World War II or around that time, the testing and stuff from that, you know, I don't think spaceships, if they have spaceships, they wouldn't be weak enough to crumble when they hit the Earth.
Did something different.
Global warming, 1 year's climate
Using this
change and global
technique, they
freezing.
leveraged the physics of ice flow to invert the ice's surface undulations into a picture of the terrain below. Now, by combining satellite-measured ice elevations with sparse radar depth measurements, the team created a continent-wide subglacial topography map that resolves features just 2 to 30 kilometers across that were previously blurred or unknown. The new map reveals a rugged under-ice world of mountains, deep valleys, and channels once hidden from view. The IFPA-derived map exposes roughly 72,000 subglacial hills. That's more than twice the number recorded in earlier Antarctic bed models, indicating that past maps vastly smoothed out the real topographic roughness. Critically, many regions thought to be flat are revealed as jagged, almost alpine-like terrain, which creates extra friction at the ice base and slows glacier flow. By capturing such fine details of the bed, the study provides valuable insight into basal drag and other forces controlling how ice sheets evolve. In practical terms, these findings address a key uncertainty flagged by the IPCC. The bed topography is a crucial factor for predicting ice sheet behaviour. Incorporating the more faithful subglacial map into climate models will improve forecasts of Antarctic ice loss and
These guys don't
sea
care.
level
The
rise.
true agenda is always
The new
far
map
from what
offers
we
a
realize.
blueprint for future
I
Antarctic
agree.
exploration, pointing scientists
And
towards
think about
previously
it.
inaccessible
We're not there to see how much money they're not spending. So if they want a few $1 million, they say, "Oh, we're going to do a $10 million discovery or expedition to Antarctica," and then they'll spend $600,000 getting there, and they'll be like, "Yep, we spent all the money on top, whatever there." They send them with a freaking empty coffee can, and they'll say it's a super designed Wackalator 5000 that cost $1 billion. This little fish is going to get extinct. So let's focus on other retarded shit. Yep, the best way to beat the agenda is to be happy. That's exactly right. I got my Superior Source D3 tabs today. The tabs are larger than the other source tabs. Kind of tastes like crap. It's not too terrible. Yeah, brother. Yeah. I agree, but it's worth it. Do you know how much B12 is in chicken liver? I don't think hardly any, but that's a good question. B12 chicken liver. Okay, never mind. 100 grams serving as 16 to 21 micrograms. Oh, right, because so much of the red blood cell formation. Yeah, I take 5,000. That's a good point. Yeah, I dissolved my first one 2 hours ago. And happiness, letting go, not obsessing over it. It's my personal opinion. Yep, more funding. I was just going to start a diet, but I have too much on my plate. I found something that says that. So, yeah. Yeah, 300 to 600%. So let's say 20 micrograms. B12 beef liver. Yeah, 60 to 80 micrograms in beef liver in 100 grams. I ain't watching chicken liver, bro. My mom used to eat chitlins and gizzards. Jeez, liver has a ton of nutrients no matter what. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The reason a lot of us are deficient is because we don't eat liver and brain and stuff, and that has a lot of those. This is why people in Vietnam and shit don't need supplementation, because they're eating organs all the time and they're getting what they need. And this is why animals don't need supplementation, because they're eating whatever they need. They'll eat out of whatever animal they kill a day. I mean, if it was me, I'd eat at least 2,000 micrograms a day. So, okay. Okay, so 2,000 micrograms of B12 in chicken liver. Okay, let's see if it gives us the math. Okay, so hold on. So a 3 ounce has 20 micrograms. So you would need 300 ounces. 300 ounces every day. What the fuck? Watch chicken liver, fo. Chicken. Yeah. Yeah, almost none. Zero point 0.3 to 0.5 micrograms. Not all B12 is equal, and not everyone can methylate cyanocobalamin. Right. That's what I try to prompt on. Yeah, methylated methylcobalamin. Right. The problem with the cyanocobalamin is that when the liver methylates it, first of all, if you have methylation issues, then it's a big problem. But even if you do the cyanocobalamin, the cyanide group will come off of the cobalamin group, and then recombine with it after it's done, basically canceling out. Hold on 1 second. Here, let me see where am I broke. Something's broke. Okay. Okay. Yes, pork, beef, internal, especially that here. Yes, pork, beef, intestines are especially back here. What B12? What does B12 do again? They sold in the book half price. They would sell twice as many. I would grow up down one tab of B12 for sure, rather than getting frantic over what sort of food to consume. Yes, right. I do like micrograms. What's the vitamin in the bottle from? That was B12. This here is B12. I just dropped it. Here it is. Yeah, this is vitamin B12. Methylcobalamin B12. 5,000 micrograms. Sorry, I was listening on. Okay. No problem. I go hard. The dumbass eats 14 grams of shrooms and smokes DMT an hour. Jesus Chrysler, dude. So the pills that I get are sublingual. They dissolve under the tongue. The pills are made out of. How do they make it? It's how do they synthesize it? So they synthesize in a lab. They synthesize a cobalamin molecule, and then they do the same thing. They add like methylethyl ketone or whatever to methylate the cobalamin. But the thing with cyanocobalamin is they use bacteria, these specific bacteria that produce a lot of cyanocobalamin, so it's very, very cheap. You're gonna have to make it in a lab somehow, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go make sure the chicken door is closed. Sup, nerds? All right. Okay, let's see if I can do this real quick. Every time. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Boom, boom. All right, bam here, bam. Remote camera feed. This here. Boom, go. Okay. All right, let's go check the chickens out. La. Okay, butt nuggets. All right, hold on. Dang it, there we go. All right, let's go out this way. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do this. Where am I at? Closed settings, default settings. Where's torch at? Output front facing gear. No, it's not. It's smooth, balance, cool. Output video. Where's torch? At? User, no, video, audio. Closed settings. Where the heck is it? Settings. Oops. Oh well. All right, let's see. There we go. If the wackadood's door is closed. Okay, I guess that didn't work. Stop. All right. Okay, so all right, what I guess the video dropped. Let's KFC the chickens. Hope he didn't need a clock. Time out. No, yeah. The dead internet theory. It's affected the humans. I think it has. Dude, listen, I was reading up today on how like a lot of people are poisoning AI because they know that it's going to take their jobs, or they think it's going to take their jobs. So at like a lot of CEOs are only giving people raises that are AI, like pro AI, and then people are like, I need you to code your AI help bot to teach it how to do your job. And so they're feeding it a bunch of bullshit knowing that they're going to get fired, and so it'll do bad work. Yeah, the side door on the chicken coop was still open, so I had to close it so nothing gets in while they're sleeping. Okay, let's see.
Watch what sex does to your prostate. Prostate problems? Solve all that. Nope. So how?
All right, let's see. When you buy a bigger bed, you have more bedroom in your bedroom. That's true. He's a comedian.
Exactly does the U.S. military protect commercial vessels passing through one of the most dangerous waterways on Earth? While the
I have been wondering that. How many AI coder nerds are responsible for the shitty AI? Right? And it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
U.S. has
listen, it was like 54% of all CEOs have a doom outlook for their companies. 75% say it's disrupting morale in the companies, and 54% think that it's not making them any money. I think all the programmers are going to get together and destroy stuff. I think so too. And this is like a repeat of history. Do you remember? I can't remember the name. They're like Amish Mennonites. The Mennonites, when the self-weaving weaving looms were being made, they would go in at night and destroy the hardware because they didn't like technology. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen with AI. It's hearing all the CEOs, hearing AI that makes efficiency 10 times more efficient, so they expect 10 times the productivity. That's exactly right. When they really need an organization, tech that leads them to convince they can trust them. Yep. If AI and robots can't take the jobs, then what's even the point? Yep, I agree too. That's most AI. It's not a turnkey solution. It's not a magic key. That's right. I got a bigger clock. No, I started drinking for the first time in a month. I started drinking. Never been a drinker, but dabbling with the alcohol. Or you get more girls. Binary code. Budweiser tall boy. Blade.
Options act as a distant overwatch using sea and air power or physically escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But here's the real challenge. Even with the IRGC Navy severely degraded, their small attack boats can still swarm and fire their Zu-23 anti-aircraft gun at the civilian ships. Worse, the Iranian can still launch this Soviet-era anti-ship missiles that can punch straight through a container ship's hull. So how does the U.S. solve this problem? Well, it layers its defenses. Destroyers form the outer shield while Navy SEALs board high-value vessels deemed primary IRGC targets, acting as the last line of defense if things go wrong up close. Once the convoy clears the strait and reaches the Gulf of Oman, the immediate threat drops significantly. But for the U.S. Navy, the danger isn't over. They still have to turn around and sail right back into the strait to escort the next convoy. How will the U.S. escort ship in Project Freedom? It relies on a coordinated effort between U.S. Naval Forces, Central Command in Bahrain, allied militaries, and global shipping corporations. There are two primary ways the U.S. provides protection. Here's strategy one. This is zone defense or Overwatch. U.S. warships and aircraft patrol the strait, maintaining a constant bubble of surveillance. They don't sail right next to every ship, but stay close enough to rush in if a distress call is made. Strategy 2 is a direct escort or embark teams. In high-threat scenarios, a U.S. warship will physically sail alongside a vulnerable commercial vessel or a convoy of them. Additionally, the Pentagon may authorize putting armed Marine reconnaissance or Navy SEAL teams directly aboard the commercial ships to defend them from boarding parties. Here, the step-by-step escort process. Step 1. Request and registration, the commercial shipping company contacts the military coordinating body such as the UK Maritime Trade Operations or US NAVCENT. Step 2. Rendezvous and staging before entering the narrowest and most dangerous part of the strait. The commercial ship is directed to a safe assembly area in either
This is how the U.S. Navy strategy to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Oman. If multiple ships are being escorted, they are formed into a convoy.
All right, hold on. Let's see what Space Cal's got here real quick. I was just thinking that how much I appreciate you being alive. It's like checking it daily. It makes me feel less sad. I'm glad I'm getting hippie here, Honeybee. I'm glad. I'm trying to save the world, one person at a
Grandpa
time.
always thinks he's tossing me some wise advice and then say some shit like, always remember, son, it's better to shit in the sink than to sink in the shit. Let that shit sink in. My fucking grandpa.
Grandpa, you're welcome. You're welcome. Probably. You probably can. You probably can. All right, what are we gonna do? Actually, we'll take a break here. Yeah, that was AI. Yeah. It was cute though. Listen, that's about the best that it's for. I love them too. So Victory Farm Co-ops. If this winds up being a thing with gas and food of 5 acres of raw land, we can actually get rich if we have Semper Paredes network to do ham radio. I can build them. I can help you build crystal-based oscillators and ham radio. Yeah, the young Joe Biden. Yeah. I'm very familiar. Way cuter than Biden. Open to social odds. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Crystal math. All right, let's do this. I'm going to go to bed. It's 10:30. How was your shift at Hooters, Brianna? All right, I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. My butt cheeks are going to bed. I need to go to sleep. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Ham radio is amateur radio. It's like you have your own broadcasting and receiving radio so people can talk point to point without having to use your own. You build your own. You build your own antenna. You build your own circuits and everything like that. I'm not paying for a call sign. Yeah, right. Enjoy the stream. I'm going to run my morning errands. Looking forward to learning once to come. Brother, thank you. Thank you again, my brother. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will. I'll have more done tomorrow. I'll have it uploaded and have it done. I got a lot of stuff I got to do early, and then after I get that knocked out, I'll jump on the game. All right. Love y'all. Have a good night. Bye-bye.